feet happy. Let's go. Come on. Where my islanders? Can some of y'all run down here to the front real quick? I gotta know who's in the building. Where my islanders? I need y'all to run down here. Come on, let me see ya. can't, y'all. I can't hear you up there. Somebody raise it up, say. Somebody raise it up, say. You are the God of miracles, hey.
You are the God of miracles.
Ah, you are the God of wonders.
You are the God of wonders.
Thank you. We cast our cares upon you. For you carry us. That's what we can say. I believe. I believe. Say it. I believe.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Water you turned into wine. Open the eyes of the blind. There's none like you. Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God. Our God. Into the darkness you shine. Out of the ashes we rise. There's no one like you. None like you. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Our God is healer. Awesome in power. Our God.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.
Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Time check. Yes, it's 26 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. You're listening to the Ground Report. Yours truly, the Pitbull of Radio in studio. Yes, Jack Dio, Lochan, lock on in New York. A pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Majid Ali, good morning, Rishi. Hey, Marilyn Sicharan, good morning. Inder, good morning to you. Kati Aktana, good morning. Rambo Ali, good morning to you. Royal Prasad, good morning. Jesse, Naz Ali, a pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Sudali, a pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Krishna, good morning. Pringala Mohan, a pleasant good morning to you. Survivor, good morning. Imam Kazim Ali, a pleasant good morning to you. Margaret, good morning to you. Nadira. Hey, Ganesh Prasad, good morning. Atli Keto, good morning. Hey, Mr. Ali, a pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Christine Noel, a pleasant good morning to you. Kenny, good morning. Karen, good morning to you. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hey, Jubati Arilal, a pleasant good morning to you. Calvary Spirit, good morning. Radha, good morning to you. Hafiz Adi Mohammed, a pleasant good morning to you. Joanne, Ram Ratan, Ruby Sami, good morning. Nita, Zoreda, good morning to you. Devi, good morning. Samantra, good morning to you. Roma Price, good morning. Wayne, Angela, good morning. Gobin, Lakshmi Diala, pleasant good morning to you. Timothy, good morning. David, Ishmael Khan, good morning. Davika Palkaran, good morning to you. Peter Brown, good morning. Durat Mohan, good morning. Gemma C. Pasada, pleasant good morning. Kerry Moody, good morning to you. Hey, Rishi, good morning. Anne Brown, a pleasant good morning to you. Hey, Katie Acton, good morning. Petra, good morning. Naren Harrigan, that's Dave and Deborah, a pleasant good morning to you. Annie, good morning. Radhika, a pleasant good morning to you. Jess School, good morning. Nigel Black, good morning. Chris Kelly, good morning to you. Gregory Charles, good morning. Hey, Selwyn Batiste, good morning to you. Evelyn, the coordinator, Foster, good morning. Semantic 62, a pleasant good morning to you. Yes, Wendy and John, a pleasant good morning. Brian J, good morning. Ann Jackman, a pleasant good morning to you. Not forgetting Lavon Ash, the Ash family, good morning. Valencia people, a pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. The gas man. Not forgetting Small Dread, his wife, including Valencia West Councillor Neil De Silva, his wife Delia. Hey KK, good morning. Bat Philip, good morning. Bat Bartholomew. Where the hell you're shorting your name, boy? Why let people hear that big long name they with that name they, boy? Hey, fat boy Philip. I want to die Philip there. Yeah. Let me see that face. I want to see the face here. Yeah, that's short I bought telling me Philip Day, man. Where the hell you put Bart for? Bartholomew. Where you put that there for? Morning. Oh, not forgetting Darrell Mohan. Denver Mohan, all of you. All of them brothers from another mother, you know. Philip, all of them. Hey, Kamala, pleasant good morning to you, Tommy. Nathaniel, good morning. Kamala Samlal Singh, a pleasant good morning. Time and Talk, good morning to you. Chandra Benjamin, good morning. Joel Ariel, good morning. Wayne Felix, good morning to you. Pandit Param Maraj, a pleasant good morning to you. Danny. Hey, Maria, a pleasant good morning. Hey, Patricia Philip, good morning to you. Survivor. Edwin. What's up? Anne Maria, a pleasant good morning. Matilda Rhodes, good morning. Troy Smith and his wife, a pleasant good morning to you all. Alan Hercules, good morning. Natasha Wells, good morning to you. Michael, good morning, my brother. Marlon Sicharana, don't tell you morning, but John, good morning to you. Rambo Ali, good morning. Sukai, good morning. Farmer. Kane Farmer. Oh boy, Calvary Spirit, good morning. Flood Khan, good morning to you. Krishna, good morning. Ram Sakhail.
Bang, 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 bang.
Ramesh. Hey, Kenrick Passad, a pleasant good morning to you. What part of the United States you are today? Where that serious struck. Joyce Rambox, good morning. Hey, Sally Kaladin, good morning to you. Oh, Troy Ankizi. Where's that? Drupadi? Rup Narayan? Ah, boy. See all you are learning. Bas, good morning.
Bang, 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 bang.
The Ground Report with Mickie
Rick Lutchman, good morning.
and Lennox Smith.
Hey, Kishan Ali, a pleasant good morning to you. Glory. I like to say glory, I know. Glory. Ram Killer 1. Oh, sir, Ram Killer 1. You kill the P&M girl. Hey, Andrea Alfonso, a pleasant good morning to you. Jason Mitchell, good morning. Michael, good morning to you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Oh, got a fight, Miss Brooklyn. Miss Lawrence. Ravi, aka Postman.com, his family. All his family, father, everybody. Hey, the Das family, a pleasant good morning to you all. Shamila Das, her husband, all of you. A pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Hey, Nasser Hussein, all of you. Long time I see you here about Darren Mohan. Not Darren Mohan, Darren Timothy. Oh, what I give? Kerry Reed. Good morning, Rock. What's up, my brother? Hey, Barry Ernest. Good morning to you. Ramdas, good morning. Just Cool. Chandup Machi. Yes, good morning, Janet Singh. Kaladin. Andre, good morning to you. Oh, you're in Chicago. Elenas. Hey, Rick. Where the hell, boy? Okay, Rick. You ain't easy. You all over that goddamn place. Like, you know, I feel you know they better than them Americans and them itself across there. Yeah, how to be, but yes, you across there. How to be. Hey, Haridas, good morning. Balraj, hey, good morning. Hema, or Hema. Baldio. Good morning to you. Camille, I know it's not Reggie's. Hi, Camille Jack. Hey, Metra. Good morning. Dendial. Ramdas. Hey, don't forget Alison Wilson and his wife, all of them on the beat. They are pleasant good morning to you all. Well, I know Miss Roadbrook, Mommy Roadbrook, well, I know you lock on. Hope you're feeling better this morning. And Moonsami, all of you, good morning to you all. Long time I ain't say good morning to my good friend. Out there, she know who she are. Hey, let me say good morning to baby. Teacher Balmain. Miss Vancouver. Vidya. Gita, good morning to you. Now see you, Michael George, good morning. Doreen. Bihari, good morning to you. Do that Mohan, good morning. Sukal, good morning to you. Tommy, Mohammed, a pleasant good morning. Good morning, Darren Mohan. Daryl Mohan, good morning to you. Hey, Ramdas, I tell you morning already. Vishnu Bob, good morning. Carmen, good morning. Nice, Mitra. Good morning to you. Oh boy, Mr. IQ. On your IQ up and running today. What's on your front burners? What's supposed to make news that not making news? Nancy. Basdio, good morning. Yeah, what's supposed to make news that not making news? I want to know. Give me all your front burner. Oh boy, yesterday all it was great. All it touch on all the major topics, all it they touched.
Good morning, Andy. I see the PNM put member to talk on their behalf for the central bank governor Ernest who is now removed from office by the USD. Member, you should be the last person talking on behalf of any central bank governor because of what you do to Jawala Rambara and drag the man through the mud. Yes. Make the man take legal action. The state had to pay money, right? Not you, Millions of dollars that come out from the state fund. It shall be you that pay back government, but it's a waste of time coming to talk on the central bank governor behalf. You should be the last one doing that, government. But anyway, Larry, how I put there now. So I want to see what will go on with the forex, all the forex that was being given away and given to certain people because they see it exposed now. I'm waiting to see what happens. The ball in your court now, Larry Hawaii. Expose who are exposed and let me see who is getting what. Right? Because see now. Have a good day, Andy. Good morning, Andy. I want to petition Kamala Pasabi as the Prime Minister of this country to rename the Children Life Fund the Miracle Life Fund due to the fact that it took a miracle for that to pass, and it's because of baby miracle, that this present life fund has to end up the way it is right now to save other people's children and to fast track them to get help from the government. So, Prime Minister, in honor of that little child, baby miracle, do the right thing and name it the Miracle Life Fund now. Because all them children that they trying to get money to save their life, them need miracle. Right? So we naming it the Miracle Life Fund. Because those children, they in a drastic need of a miracle to save their life. Right? So let's petition in here. Rename the Life Fund the Miracle Life Fund. Have a good day, Andy.
Rootsy! Hey, Rootsy! Out there in St. Vincent, a pleasant good morning to you.
Criminal wrongdoing is alleged.
political leader.
unfit to lead. He is too arrogant. He does not enter. Of our attack should be Keith Rowley by his acknowledged arrogant dictatorial attitudes and harsh behavior is temperamental and unsuited for the role of the Prime Minister. Keith Rowley in the PNM internal elections.
Oh boy, Lennox. I want that without all that background, man. That background when they say the thing where they say send it clean. Don't send me no background, it lost in the background.
Good morning. We all have areas that we need to improve, but as long as we are pressing forward, getting up each day and doing our best, we can be assured that God is pleased with us. He may not be pleased with every decision we make, but He is pleased with us. I know it is difficult for some people to believe, but God wants us to feel good about ourselves. He wants us to be secure and to have healthy self-images. But so many people focus on their faults and weaknesses. When they make mistakes, they're extremely critical of themselves. They live with that nagging feeling that tries. You are not what you are supposed to be. You don't measure up. You have blown it too many times. Guess what? God knew that you were not going to be perfect. He knew that you were going to have weaknesses, faults, and wrong desires. He knew all that before you were even born. and he still loves you. One of the worst things you could do is to go through life being against yourself. This is a major problem today. Many people have a war going on inside themselves. They don't really like who they are. Well, I am slow. I am undisciplined. I am unattractive. And I am not as smart as other people. They focus on their weaknesses, not realizing that their negative introspection is the root cause of many of their difficulties. They can get along in relationship. They are insecure. They don't enjoy their life, and it is largely because they are not at peace with who they are.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Different from his.
Morning, nobody here. Quick commentary on the lady talking about how the public is commenting on MP Alexander. Not my favorite person in the world, but it is what it is. You have to realize what Parliament is. Parliament is supposed to be a representation of the people, especially what we call the lower house, right? Which is what Alexander is. He's a member of Parliament of the lower house. The upper house is the Senate. That lower house, the English term that it started off as is the House of Commons, meaning commoners, right? The Senate comes from the House of Lords, which were the barons that rebelled against the king and said, we need to have some say in writing law. And eventually, the commoner did the same thing a little bit later. All right, go look up Magna Carta, people. You'll get the history of this. Right? But out of that came the House of Commons, the House of Commoners, so that the common person can have representation when law is being written, as well as an opportunity to conduct oversight over the country, because that's the function of Parliament. Any attack on a person because of common language or because they are not as eloquent, and even if you really look at it, what are you asking for? Are you asking for some silver-tongued devil to speak nice words and fool you and lie to you and promise you and then renege on the promise? Is that what you're looking for once it looks good and it's pretty? Or do you want a representation of the people in its true form, down and dirty, in the place that counts when it comes to management of a country? It's the strangest thing to me, but again, you got to be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. Morning, nobody here. So a quick comment on the international things. So the Iranian thing. Donald Trump has done what everybody knows needed to be done. Even Iran's allies aren't supporting them. They're quiet. Right? You know why? Because everybody knew it needed to be done. And Trump didn't know that everybody would cuss him. But he did it anyway. Right? Because you cannot allow Iran to have nuclear weapons. A country that everybody say, oh, US and Israel has gone to war. Iran has been at war with Israel for decades, using every opportunity and asset it has, from drones to ballistic missiles to its proxies in Yemen, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad. All of these assets they've used to attack Israel for decades. The Israelis finally respond accordingly, because again, you cannot allow such a nation who wants to wipe you out to have nuclear weapons. The Americans joined in. The job is done. But look what's happening. All of a sudden, the Middle East has settled down. Even Jordan, a former enemy of Israel, even Iraq, even all these countries, Syria, they are quiet and or helping. The Americans launched their, the Gulf states there. The Americans were able to launch their F-22s from there, from bases there, because they decided to help. And the king of Saudi Arabia himself said Iran cannot have nuclear weapons because they intend to expand and conquer the Middle East. So it's not an American thing. Right? So they talk about, I'm hearing Trinidadians talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz, and that will jack up oil prices, and we will somehow benefit down here. Not necessarily. In fact, I don't think it's going to happen at all. Iran has no ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, like it tried to do back in the 1980s, and, well, they were wiped out. Their navy was wiped out. Go look up people, Operation Praying Mantis. But they're not going to, because their main client, and one of the main clients of the oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz is, in fact, China. 45% of China's oil imports come out of the Strait of Hormuz from the Gulf. And Iran is not going to mess with that, because the Chinese are friends with the Iranians. So for Trinidadians in your rum shop, they're talking about, you will get a boom from this. No, we're not. Morning, nobody here. So commentary on, so people were talking about the situation in the Senate, the independent Senate in particular, that the independent senators are pro-opposition, and the former president is pro-PNM, so the senators she choose, the independent senators, would always be pro-PNM. True. 100% true. But that has always been the case, right? The reason why that particular president is sitting there is because Keith Rowley, within his 10 years, changed presidents twice. He kicked out the sitting president in 2015, right? That was Powers. And he put in as president, and she got one term too, because I guess they fell out. And he put in this one here. Clearly to get somebody who would do his bidding.
Well, yeah. Let me organize and play more bodies. 3 cents, and I sent yesterday, 2 days now, 2 days. Day before yesterday, 2. I didn't play them because you know it was kind of long. But by all means, nobody is one of us. He means well. His contributions are not bad at all.
He
Let me
is
be
too
real.
arrogant. He does not entertain views.
Yeah. So let me be real on that. So in Alidan, I know that Moon Sammy, I know that Jack. Hey, Jack. Oh boy. Jacko! Morning. Hey Maurice! Morning. Alright, so let me finish here. Nobody dinner. You nearly done. It have no more from me after that. It have no more from him there. But I will play him if it is he send anything under 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He will get the next opportunity for today. Because these is all messages that the boy sent. Fear is fair, Ole. Fear is fair. Somebody saying play Port of Spain for his notes Andy. But Port of Spain, since the elections, man, I don't know. I don't know if he drink Bramazone Lanate. I don't know if he's wrong. I don't want to play a dead man voice note. I don't know.
Right? Now, the current prime minister.
But I go look for 1-4 because you setting from different numbers.
It's going to do the same thing. This president here, whenever their term is up, kicks you out. But that will just continue a problem that has plagued our governance system, whereby the prime minister is a king. When you win an election, you control the house, the lower house. You control the upper house because you have 16 senators, and you can inveigle the president senators, the independent senators, to be on your side because you can create your own president. The prime minister has the power to decide who's the president. That's called the electoral college. He controls that, right? That maximum power, and I mean, he has many other powers, whoever the prime minister is. That maximum power and interferences that derives from it, because the president controls these things called commissions. Everything with the name commission after it, the president is in charge of that. But if the prime minister is controlling the president, then all these commissions, and we saw the interference in the Police Service Commission. Everybody listening to this program now would, to some degree, agree that the Elections and Boundaries Commission is compromised. And all these other offices of state and commissions, because the prime minister can do it, right? He can interfere with the system and get what he wants. If I were this prime minister, this predecessor, with the majority you have the majority, I would make whatever changes to the Constitution. I have a suggestion, but come up with your own. Or in fact, bring it to the House, let it debate as it should, which is what is going to happen. Bring different ideas to the House and debate, because this will continue. It is working against you now, right? And I'm sure you replace the current president for it to work for you. But what about the future? What about when you go play your harp in the sky? What will be your legacy? Will you leave it as you found it, or will you fix it?
He does not entertain views different from his.
I think nobody done there, man. I think nobody done there.
Andy, good morning. Joy, this is your boy Timmy here from Port of Spain in the fish market. You sound good this morning. At least you let us.
Well, just now, let me just finish yesterday's voice notes quick. Nearly done.
That was some steam. Another thing, Andy, the young man who called and he's so frustrated. That is a perfect example of illiterate PNMite youth. To explain to the young man that the UNC won the elections in April. It's in 6 months as yet, right? I hear Elam blasting his stupid, rotten teeth mouth about 6 months, and they vote for yellow is your code, and when UNC win, everybody win. Explain to him too, when they say yellow is your code to, if you go by the traffic lights, right? When they say yellow, it means to slow down. So young man, slow down and see if you can pick up a thing or two. Learn before you bump your gum. You understand me? Don't follow the multitude to do evil. And Mr. Israel Claro, he's so dumb, boy. Oh, Jesus Christ. How that man so dumb? Barkwa explained it to the man, you know. He explained to the man, they didn't cut down the mangrove, you know. They cut a branch or two to make some hoe handle. They just take one of that hoe handle and beat him in the old back.
Now, that Bayram, that's not real Claro. That Bayram. Bayram is to say, because she take she cut one branch to put it out to make a hoe handle. Bayram said that is interfering with the man, and it's jail when you interfere with the man. So she was saying she's supposed to be locked up. Die Bayram. Yeah.
And he talked to that fellow straight up, let the nation know it's 7 weeks since the government inside of this. 7 weeks. I don't know where he gets 6 months, right? When them rest of government was in there, they wasn't saying nothing, right? And you see all of them there is paid advertisement. Them just get paid to do what they're doing there. You understand? That is all I see. All the time they didn't have no voice. They want to come now and say they have voice. I listen to that fella there. He right here in Trinidad still. He ain't leave and go nowhere because he say he carry his family out before the home invasion. So how we get a vote? And it's just 7 weeks since the government in power. And good morning. They're now coming off there. But them people who complaining, them young fellas, I only hope they have the resume ready to put in departments. The one who leave with the family and still want to know what the government doing here, let he come back and see if he can help build the country to with the family and make things better.
Oh boy, Nadira, get in contact with Mickie now. Just tell Mickie, just do that for me now. Like to my multitasking. I want to do this and I want to think. So just tell Mickie, do just that way, send that message for me to do. Tell Mickie, get in contact with Gael and put our Gael family up and running.
The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
And it's nice having you, Nadira. I know you're going through some serious time, but it's nice having you. All right, I know go try to send a text to him. They telling him to check them out. But send a text to him too. Yeah, send a text to him too. I'll try to let Mickie try to call him too. Morning, caller.
Hi, good morning, Andy. How are you?
I'm all right. And where you calling from? And what's your contribution on the Ground Report this morning?
I'm calling from Laventel. Actually, this is Miss Laventel. So let me start over. Let me say good morning to Andy, Mickie, and Lennox. Let me also say a special good morning to Miss Santa Cruz, Kunji, and KFC, the good contributors. Now, what I want to say this morning, or what I want to ask, is a question I have for you this morning. What is going to happen to Anil Roberts in terms of this thing where the man passed away? Are they going to charge him for manslaughter or anything like that?
Whoa, wait. You see the Trinidad media, the PNM media playing the fool. Again, Anil Roberts never hit nobody. They run into Anil car and they run into him.
Okay.
He never run into
so
nobody.
They hit from behind.
Right.
So they bounce from behind.
Them run into Anil.
Okay.
That's what I got. That from good sources I got.
What you got?
Yeah. That they run into Anil Roberts.
Okay, so his Anil car is actually bounced from the back.
Boy, I ain't get to see the pictures and all them things, you know. All I know, Anil get in an accident. I asked some heads and the heads, and then because I was concerned based on the PNM media.
Yeah.
And
well, I concerned too because I wouldn't like, because you know the first thing they're gonna look to say is she minister killed somebody and she have him dead.
Say, no need that. They're gonna say about he was drunk and there's no stupid talk. What I heard too, he was coming back from training some children too. So come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is just my front burner this morning. Is a very serious front burner.
All
for
right.
me.
So
For me, because I
where you
wouldn't like
seen
to
that?
hear nothing.
Where you seen that? You seen
Say
that
that
all
again?
over? Where you seen that
No, I'm not seeing it anywhere. I heard on the news that the person who was involved in the accident with Anna Roberts has died. I heard that on the news. So I don't know where they will push this thing with Anna. But
Again, don't put
he
nothing
have
past. Don't put nothing past the PNM media.
yeah, the PNM, yeah. But Anil have his battery of lawyers, his brother, his father. So and then we have the people on our side. So I think he would be in good hands.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, all right, Andy.
All right, but I see Monique is saying something here. Monica is saying, Malone, she is saying, yeah, I want to believe. See, all are we going on what we want to believe, but I want to believe the people who drive and to Anil Roberts, they was drinking because they now come out from doing music. Don't understand. Monica, Claire, I don't understand. I lost from I understand. I want to believe the people who drove or drive, and I start to lose here. And two, Anna Roberts, there was I really don't understand. I don't understand. If you could help me with that, Monica, please. Good morning, caller. Where calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Yes, Andy, morning.
Good morning to you.
Andy?
Who is Felix?
Felix. Yeah.
Go ahead, Felix. Where's really the situation with this Anna Roberts thing? Because you see how the media throwing out things, but they're not explaining nothing. So it's just left to everybody. Huh?
I know call to explain that Anil make a video and all and stating what really happened. Yeah, so you could get Anil a call when you have time and find out. You have a video circulating that what happened. You understand? The part I didn't get is either he was going to or he coming from. But that happened he said about 5:43 in the morning. So that means he was going to train some children. He training in the aquatic center, right? And what happened? Some man passed and gave a bad drive and thing, and he gone away after he realized when he watched it wherever he see this car bolting coming along with full speed, and just he get a bad drive and run it straight to Anil in the back and sell him on the modium, right? And someone was in the back seat of the car where ramming him, and what happened? That was a killer. I don't know how old the child or boy or but he was a kid, and what happened? Apparently, he say like he dropped asleep in the back seat, right? And what happened when that happened? The fire service had to come and cut him out of the vehicle, yeah. And the boy succumbed to his injury and died. And Anil sent out a thing. He said it's a good thing, right? sometimes he don't forget to put this backseat seatbelt on the daughter while carrying she to school, and he warning people to always do that because you don't know what could happen on the road and who driving on the road and how careless they might be. But Andy, on our next thing, right? I'd rather call it get a number after the program.
Send my wife a video that Anil had made now. Somebody call Anil, tell Anil I know plenty people inside his number. Tell him the ground report trying to get on team. So when I do call in, he go know.
You know who you could talk to Andy to get his number direct.
No, I have his number. I have his number, but I don't want to thing yet. So I will only call him, let him know, look out for a call from the ground report. You know, and what if he does?
No, but it's another SOS from Santa Cruz and she go get him faster.
Besides Santa Cruz, it have a lot of people have Andy Roberts' number. Just like how they bring down Elder and all of them. Right, so just...
Yeah, I even able to do it because I don't have it.
All right. Thank you very much. I know you don't have it because if you had it, you'd have thing. So again, that's another SOS channel of what is it, the conversation is being raised because the Trinidad media put out that the people died and a lot of people didn't get to see his video and all those various things. So whoever it is have his video, you can always send it to me. But that's not a SOS team looking out for interview. So you will talk to you, the people, one-on-one. That is just what it is about, okay? So it's not a SOS to Anil, please now. Good morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Andy, are you hearing me properly?
Yeah.
Good. All right. First thing first. Right, good morning to you, Lennox, Mickie, and to everybody out there. Anil was involved in an accident going up the Eastern Main Road. He was going to the east, right? And he was broadsided. He was thrown onto the median. I'm making it shorter for airtime, right? He was thrown onto the median, and he said that when he tried, just as he straightened up and he looked in the rearview mirror, he saw this car coming down at full speed. He knew he was going to get hit, and it rammed straight into him. The gentleman was sleeping in the back seat, and I think that is what caused his problem, right? And he was badly damaged, and eventually, and up until the time that he made his last video, he said he tried to get the gentleman name, and up to now he can't get the gentleman name. You know, to extend condolences to the family or whatever. Anil didn't hit them. As a matter of fact, Anil was the one who got hit, right? So Miss Lavender, good morning, dear. No, Anil was the one that started the accident. Let's put it this way. It was the other driver. And you see, the thing about it, as he said that hour in the morning, they figure the road clear, you're coming down at a speed, you're not looking, but he should have, red flag should have gone up. You ever seen 2 or 3 cars there already? And look at what it is coming happen now. Right? Now, Andy, our next thing, let me know when you're not hearing me, Andy.
Yeah, we hear you, but we just hear to see how bad it is with the service, but we hear you clear. But you just get like a kind of small rain in the...
Right, like a graininess in it, because I'm using my landline.
Yeah.
Anyway, now, I want to tell the gentleman yesterday about all the UNC, they're 6 months. So, it is 54 days that the UNC is there. The Children Life Fund might not look important to you, right? But think about all the other children, the parents that was helped with the Children Life Fund. Andy, you can attest it. I can attest it because I had relatives that went through the Children's Life Fund, right? And the thing about it, when you're a parent and you don't have money to see about your child with this kind of operation, you want to root out all, you want to pull out all your hair because you don't know where to turn. So what might not look important to you? Oh, you want food card, you want this. But you are hearing how they have to clean up each ministry. You are hearing. Yes, I know all you feel that things not working fast enough, but it will get done. It will get done. And everything what all the children's life fund and the commissioner of police and all them things not important. You see, sir, what is important to them might not be important to you and vice versa. Because I don't know what it is you really want. You sounding like one of those that want to come let away from magic one and things will get done. The next one comes to talk about why UNC never get a second term in office and is only at a locho, and this is the last time she will, what? They wouldn't get another term. You know why they wouldn't get because of lochos like you, sir? Lochos like you, because all they could do is run all your mouth on the damn government. All the time PNM did it wrong for 10 years, and we never hear you come on this radio station and talk so much nonsense. But talking about all the locho and what UNC doing, 54 days. 54 days. How long? I'm asking you a personal question. How long you? I sure you're a husband. I sure you're a father. How long it took you before you took up responsibilities? How long? You want to come to use the next one, wanted to wave a magic band. If everybody that she's choosing are lochos, why didn't you put up yourself? Put up yourself for some kind of nomination instead of criticizing. But you see, all your backseat drivers, all they can do is to criticize people. Right? Nothing else but criticize people. And yes, Andy, Hilaire was fired on the request of Mrs. Prasad Bissessa, and I know a lot of people are having concerns that she do end up like what happened with Jawala, right? Rambaran. But the thing about it, I'm absolutely sure she would not be once bitten, twice shy. I'm absolutely sure that she went through everything, all her lawyers and them, to know that this man could be removed for insubordination, because that is what it was, insubordination, refusing to obey the command of the Prime Minister, right? And yes, Larry Hawaii, who was, after he left government, he was the COO of the Answer Macau Group. He was the now I don't know if he between that time and now if he went elsewhere, but he has been put as the governor of the central bank. Now, Andy, you know they say confession is good for the soul, and this morning I want to confess something. When I was home yesterday, and when I got home, I got a whole lot of requests. Text messages that somebody saying that I should be investigated because I'm a double agent. Right? But don't laugh yet, Andy. No, confession is good for the soul. Yes, Andy. Finally, people found out my secret. I am a double agent. I support the UNC, and I also support the UNC Coalition of Alliance. So if that makes me a double agent, I stand accused. I stand accused of supporting the coalition of interests and supporting the UNC. All they want to separate the two, go right ahead. Feel free. It's a democratic country, right? But please, don't accuse me of things that all they don't know anything about. And sir, you sound like you're the better half for the bearer man. Because everything he said there, but you know, funny enough, I was out the gate when I heard him saying that is a good program and that's all, and he was ready to add you saying that, and then he decided I'm going to throw in this, but I didn't hear what was the this he throw in. I went my way, right? And then when I came home, I said, okay, because usually when I go out, I come back a plate, right? And I'm hearing that they should investigate me because I am a double agent, right? But he sung like the better half of Bayram, because that is just exactly how Bayram the song. Okay? And Andy, they say, as I said, they say confession is good for the soul, and I'm confessing this morning I'm a double agent for the UNC and the UNC Alliance of Coalition of Interest. Okay? There you go, people. I have confessed my sin. Thanks a lot, Andy, and have a good one.
Morning, caller. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Good morning, Andy, Lennox, Mickie, Trinidad and Tobago, and I don't know if you joined up with Gael yet, the Gael family, and all the people of the Caribbean, down the Caribbean, and the citizens of Sweet TNT. Andy, if you permit me, I would like to say two things. Now, on the CNC3 news, yeah? And last night, they had reported that the energy minister said that he's going to get a windfall, and they're expecting a windfall from the war in Iraq and Israel, right? But I want to tell CNC3 Newsroom, since all said how I want to read the news last night, play it again and play the speech of our energy minister from the parliament and what he say. Please, when I want to try to tarnish the image of United National Congress for their personal gains, right? And make mischief, public mischief, by carrying wrong news and saying it the wrong way. I had enough out there. Because all I read a few steps I think and putting the headlines wrong. Say quote the man what the man say. Right? It on the answer. And I stand by that. And the next thing and all too, to all the traffic police who calling in and talking and said, bump. How much vehicle was in the accident? How much? Right? See who caused the accident. Right? It was a chain reaction. It's not like the Alsing. When he bumps, he break the traffic light and do what he do on the beatum. And then nothing come out of that case. Or they're looking for things in the AMAT to tarnish the UNC. Or they'll come again. Or they'll try. Or they'll have 5 years to try. Or they'll pay them stooge. Because here what's going on. Or they're talking about the money India spend for this 1 week in office in the Ministry of Public Utilities. Or they're talking about the kind of stinkness that we have to pay taxes so we know and we rare to India to run this country because the thief out the money. You can say it now, the thief it out. Because you can't tell me $500 billion in expenditure and nothing to reflect for it. Or they're talking about food care, or what this, or what that. And look what the Ministry of Social Development used to tell earlier. We know the cancel, take away. And all they're still talking about the PNM is so great. Because why? All they still wake up to reality. The education system, look at it. 3,000, 4,000 for a child to go to secondary school. And every year they change the books. Who making the money? We Prime Minister come and through the education system, try to look at a simple little thing to fix it. The merit points is a revenue earner. Property tax is for all of the petrol that knows that when you actually win, everybody will look at it. There's $800 minimum every month you have in your pocket as disposal income when you are in there. And the $100 million, where it gone? Then you're talking about in there, the $2.7 billion still unaccounted for. Talk about that. Then you talk about Marvin Gonzalez, in the Ministry of Public Utilities. When in Wassa, all the leaks, people complaining about the leaks all over the place. You know how we fix the leaks on them? By cutting off the water from giving the people water. People started to protest for water. And now you don't see no more leaks. But put on back the water where people are getting water and you see how much leaks on the line on them. That's how to fix the water problem, the leak. They give it all that nonsense and listen to the parliament and all understand it coming out. Then Stuart Young say that the dragon is everything and that Shell can give you no more gas from it. But Shell make the announcement. All of a sudden when I see on this program, put energy inspectors to go to all them fields on them and check it. All of a sudden, three gas field, oil well drilled. They get oil, over 200,000 barrels in equity to come up to that amount. And then they find gas. All of a sudden, because where all that money was going, and then this gas field want to come in next year. So you see the kind of nastiness they do in this country. Then they tell nothing for the supporters and the people who are suffering. Thank God that the right thinking citizens of this country wake up on the 28th of April and we save ourselves. And thank God for each and every one. That is why all this appropriation of $3.1 billion in the parliament is to pay all the debt and all the seeing the feeding frenzy. And they put all of the cohorts to feed and the supporters were suffering. Andy, just tell the listeners and them the truth. Tell them, it's time you tell them, say, if it's 6 months we in power, all what we have done and what we have delivered. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you. We're calling from. What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Well, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is Apache. How you doing? Long time no call.
Yeah, Apache.
Because of circumstances. Yes. And you know, because of my job.
The former policeman. The former policeman, right? For Trinidad.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. Let me talk. I got some information on Mr. Hines, the former Minister of National Security. It is alleged, and I know it's good information, but I have to use the word alleged, that Mr. Hines had to end up leaving the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service because of an allegation that was made against him in the gymnasium at the police academy. It is alleged that he sexually harassed a female officer at training, and before he was fired, disciplined from the job, he resigned. I believe he was an instructor at the time. He resigned from the work so that he wouldn't get prosecuted. Then he went and sell insurance. After insurance, I don't know how he gets into P&M, of course, but P&M will take a set of has been and discarded people, and that's how they formed the party. It is alleged after that now, he joined the P&M and whatever and thing. But getting back to the TTPS now, he had to leave.
Right, and before you continue, right, because don't get up with saying alleged. Saying alleged don't help you in court. So I must say, the views expressed by this caller is not the views of Gael. If we are on no real media TTO anyway, we totally distance ourselves from that. That is not factual to us because we don't have no evidence of that. And I'm telling everybody that listened to the gentleman there, this gentleman that just spoke, we have no evidence of that, and that's just a view. And in my book, that is nonsense without evidence. Go ahead, caller. You finish.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it for your clarification. Yes, and the bottom line is this: how I get.
Which means, in other words, without evidence, which means without evidence, there's no. We're saying there is rubbish, right? But you already said. So could you just clear on that there, and then you go ahead, man. Well, as I say, it's done out there, but you go ahead, clear on it. Yeah.
Right. And I would want to believe 99.9% the information I get is very good because of the fact that the person who gave me that information is Heinz Batch. I would not call him. That one I would not call. It's Heinz Batch and he's from South. And that's how I get
nice. But let me move on from that. That is just an allegation. That is not truth. We don't know more that. To all viewers, callers, we are not more that. So move away from the Heinz thing and let's go down to your other contribution.
Right. The other contribution is this now about the TTPS now. Look how different with people who could actually see or actually do the work on the ground. For example, look, we have patrol at the airport with dogs. We should have been instituted for the longest while. We should have patrol along the island. Listen, we don't need fast patrol boats. You know what we need? About 15 to 20 of those fast small boats that will still about 20, 25 feet long or 50 feet for the most with powerful engines. Let me tell you something here. Between Venezuela and Trinidad, which I just go a lot down the islands, between Venezuela and Trinidad, with 250 engine in your boat, you could reach Trinidad in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. No Coast Guard can run you down because we don't have Coast Guard don't have no boat to run you down like that. So they have to block down the border. Anyway, gentlemen, Andy, Mickie, and everybody, well, have a blessed one and see you guys very soon. Oh, by the way, the office, you guys have it on George Street, am I right?
Yeah. Well, Lennox Smith is on George Street.
Yes,
I
55
was
George
there,
Street.
I was there, 55 or 65?
55 George Street, yeah.
Hold on. I think we have a problem because you know why? Last month I woke up George Street. Let's be careful, you know, at 7:30 in the morning. As you know me, that's how I go down. God will protect me. I woke up George Street about 7:30 in the morning. I reached 55 George Street. Walking up is on the left-hand side. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me, you know, maybe. I walk up a step, 2 steps of steps to go up to the second floor. I see my 55 on the door. When I reach here, brother, I just hold my breath. I didn't like the environment of that building. I could have been in the wrong building. That was a concern with me. And I pulled back myself slowly, and I retreat onto Dodge Street, and I head back to Independence Square. I was looking for you guys, but I don't know, something could have happened. Anyway, gentlemen, have a blessed day, and great.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, what's the headliners that you have there, Lennox Smith? While I just communicate with Mickie there to get Gael up and running. Oh boy, callers and texters, oh, you all hold a minute. What's the headliners here first? Because somebody said that the headliners from saying yesterday was the person who got in the accident died, and you know how the PNM media do it. They wouldn't put no explanation to it. They wouldn't say, well, Arnold Roberts explained that he was run into, and it's not the other way around, like Arnold run into anybody. So it coming across in a kind of propaganda kind of way all over Trinidad and Tobago, because you know people trying to say, because you know on other occasions where the man just normally hire driver to drive him home, and he might be just chilling out as a normal human being with, and you know pictures will come out with him looking intoxicated. I'm not saying he will. So you know people using all of that. So it kind of. But I'm going to try to get in contact with Arnold Roberts anyhow to see if we can get an interview on that, so he can clearly on that on the ground report itself. But other than that too, we need some headliners, man. What's going on? Your phone mute, your mic mute. But we need to know what's going on. What is he mother told? Who dead? Besides accident,
yes,
what the government? Yeah.
I was all the time I was telling the last caller that yes, he is correct. And that is 55 George Street. All right, so clearly you would see that the building needs some serious repairs. That is what I would conclude, and that is in fact we are working on it. The Army came and the engineering corps, and they have done their assessment. We did the floor plan and so on. So pretty soon, of course, you'll have a transformed building, but that didn't stop you from, of course, making a knock or further inquiry, because we have, if you walk to further beyond the 55, you would see that we have opened, of course, the performance.
You would see that the building needs some serious
agency.
repairs.
But that being as
is
what
I
would conclude, and that is in fact the information that is in the public domain. While there are mischief makers as far as that accident is concerned, and the fact that Arnold Roberts has demonstrated his deep concern as a human being to another human being, one of whom would have lost his life in that particular unfortunate scenario. But it is very clear. Arnold Roberts was, from the information I have, and I read it this morning, just to make certain that I have it clear in my mind. He was, of course, driving on the inner lane. You know, the lane that, of course, is closest to the median, right? Right. So while he's driving there, another vehicle was driving in the middle lane, because you know that the highway is divided into three. And it appears that another vehicle on the far lane, the lane closest to the let's say to what you could say the pavement, if you want to call that, for want of a proper term, overtook, and then the vehicle in the middle lane, swerved on him. He had to crash into the median because remember he has no flexibility. I mean, any driver will understand that. So he crashed into the median, and when that occurred, a vehicle was coming behind him, and of course, according to him, he looked in his rearview mirror and he saw a vehicle coming, of course, on that same side that he was on, near the median, and obviously had no swerving, or didn't realize that he was at a standstill and crashed into his vehicle. So he got a double whammy. He got a lash on the side, and he got a lash in the back as well. That is how the information that I've gleaned from the reading carefully of this scenario. So the person who was in the vehicle at the back, who crashed into him, one of them died, and of course he sent his condolences to the family. But questions up to this morning are being asked whether or not the government is prepared to assist the family and so on. And that's a typical crash situation. Of course, if it is up to the government so to do. But I mean, under normal circumstance, it's a freak accident, and therefore, the normal process will be that the people make sure they communicate with the police and that the insurance take place. And of course, if burial has to take place, depending on the circumstance, people make contributions as the case may be. That is the plain fact about that. Of course, if you get him this morning, you'll be able to ratify or to put in any nuance that may not be there. But certainly, that is the scenario. Once again, he was driving on the inner lane, the lane closest to the median. Right, there was another vehicle that was on driving the same direction in the middle lane, and there was a vehicle that came suddenly on the outer lane, and the vehicle that was closest to him in the middle lane, in an attempt to avoid some kind of collision with that vehicle that suddenly came on the outside, he drove into him whilst he was, of course, on the inner lane. Can't go anywhere, so he crashed into, of course, the median. And while, of course, the vehicle was at a standstill, now that he can't go anywhere, he crashed. A vehicle from behind on his lane, the same lane that he was in, the inner lane, crashed behind him. And of course, the injury was sustained. Luckily for him, he didn't sustain any. But of course, I'm sure that he would have been traumatized as anybody in such circumstance. So that is where is that? And of course, it's around 5-something in the morning. That might be the other piece of detail that may have been left out. I don't know if you have any comment you want to make, Andy. I know that you're trying to get him now so that we can confirm, ratify if those were the chronology or the circumstances or the series or the order of the event that took place. So to ask for whether government is involved, whether they will go compensate and all of that, I think it's stretching it a bit far.
That is what?
Yeah.
In the accident?
Pardon me?
That's in what? In the accident?
Yeah.
People are asking that?
Remember, one person eventually died in the hospital.
Oh,
so they are asking whether or not government will help in the funeral arrangements and so on. And I'm saying that it should be treated as any other accident of a similar nature. That is not the first time, not the second time, and of course, we hopefully we don't want it to, but that is human situation. That is human reality, and therefore that will happen again in the future. But the fact of the matter is that to ask to bring the government to be involved and to, of course, ask him to do things that I think that is unrealistic.
But it's
irrelevant, really.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When people are asking, they say Lennox Smith, where is Joy? Well, some of the PNMites, well, the normal people will say, where is Joy? They're missing her. But the PNMites will ask, well, they will say, Lennox Smith, where is Joy? You left with she yesterday, you know. So, you know, they don't know if you live with she. And it's a big house you had here. You have a very, very big house, you know.
Well, she claimed that she's a beautiful woman, so you never could tell.
Okay then. But what's about other headliners now, man? Let's go and see what mischief that they're making.
Well, of course, the Hilaire maybe is now, of course, in a hellish situation because he has been dismissed, and former Minister of Finance Larry Hawaii is now, of course, the governor of the central bank. He was replaced and was given his instruments, I think, yesterday by Dave Tanku, the current Minister of Finance, and of course his cohort, if you want to call it that.
Nice. But yeah, what? Remember we know
in planning.
Right. Remember we know about dismissal and thing because we see what went on with Jawala. We see what went on and how it go. How did our government and who we support went about doing that? Meaning he got fired for breaking rules. And it wasn't like what they do to Jawala also. Give us an explanation because you know it had them paying Saudi.
I want to come to that. Now, here it is that Jawala gave too much information and he was fired for that, to put it that way, in the public's interest according to him. And of course, he was compensated. This one, in this particular case with Hilaire, he refused to give information. He refused to cooperate with the Minister of Finance by providing, of course, information and getting the Auditor General to to look at the books of the central bank. And as a result, of course, they made the case, and I think that was the basis. Whether he would take it to court or not, that is a matter for him, right? Because he could, I suppose anybody could take anything to court, is whether or not you have the evidence to show that your case is sustainable and you can get compensated as a consequence. So that's the simple fact about that. There may be other nuances that we don't know about, but it was in the public domain that he refused to give certain information, particularly about Forex. And of course, you know that the country has a Forex crunch, and the central bank is critical to that. And there should be some kind of cooperation between the governor and the minister who is responsible for the overall management of this, of the state, of the country, of our advancement of our economy, etc. And therefore there should be some, what I consider to be mutual cooperation. But if a critical matter like that, you refuse to give information, because I think when he was interviewed, Hilaire was interviewed, he said that he got fired for doing his job, and he's pleased about it. So that's where the cookie has crumbled. All right. So.
Oh, so on that aspect, that is how that aspect went. Nice. What else in the news while I try to get in contact with Arnold Roberts? And then I will try to see if we can get an interview with the Honorable Mr. Tanku, because he raised certain things in Parliament and all those various things too.
Man released in prison officers shooting. Remember, you had that situation. I don't know. I really and truly, you have to be there to really understand it, because if it is that a prison officer got shot, the vehicle in which that was carrying the assailants crashed. I assume that is the people who was in the vehicle would have committed the act, but yet still the police held two of them, and one was released. So I don't know. So it has to be that maybe there may have been some intervening circumstance that would take the logical mind away from concluding that both of them should be at least held and be charged for that particular incident. But it appears that something has happened there. Maybe they ran away and they caught the wrong man. I don't know. But I'm just saying that is how we were told, how the report was. And now, of course, one is to be released or has been released. All right. The other one is still in custody. All right. There are 5 girls charged for brutal attack at Holy Faith Convent. And of course, the Prime Minister did express a deep concern about these matters, and that students should be charged, and the whole question of I think it determines ID or IID in capax, meaning that people who have a Latin expression for people who have criminal liability. And in Trinidad, of course, they say that a person below the age of 10 cannot be charged for criminal liability or be held culpable for criminal liability. So suppose these students will be above 10 and therefore can be charged, and understand is about it's about as a result of their aggression, they have been charged for various offenses. So we'll see how that pans out. Police probe into fatal accident ongoing. So I suppose that is again with the Anil Roberts matter. Gonzalez, Wassa, dismantling partisan corrupt. Dismantling partisan corrupt. Well, of course, he has been bellowing that the government ought not to dismantle or reject their plans for Wassa, the restructuring of Wassa. Well, the present government has not just dismissed that plan, but the CEO, I think that is a little more legalistic situation where they have fired the CEO and replaced him with a temporary CEO. And I think that seemed to be a matter that is destined for the courts because, of course, the circumstances under which he came in and the circumstances under which he was fired. They're talking about the substantive CEO that was instituted under the last administration. So we see how that pans out. Medial police at airport, a good move. Well, not the Medial that we know, but there's a former head of the Civil Aviation Authority with responsibility for the airport. A man was making that comment. Is not the Medial that we know. And he is saying that this ought to have been done a long time ago, and that is to say to put police officers there, plainclothes, non-plainclothes, and of course with sniffer dogs, etc., so that you give a sense of greater security, having regard, of course, to the robbery that took place and the murder of someone on the precincts of the airport. The airport in Trinidad here. I'm talking about Piaco. Hawaii appointed central bank governor. So I think we are very familiar with him. He was a former minister of finance, and now, of course, he has been appointed, replacing Hilaire. And of course, what he said in terms, he was specifically retained for the purpose of looking at our foreign exchange shortages and the equitable distribution thereof. The last government had rescinded the distribution of forex under the previous UNC administration to all banks, small or large, but they reverted back to, of course, only the large banks, and that has not, of course, created any movement to making sure that forex is available on demand. And so, of course, that was a failed policy, and not that equitable distribution will be a success in terms of the shortage, but certainly it is much more morally, ethically, and of course fairly to, of course, distribute whatever you have to all of the players and not just some selected, as the last administration would have done, suggesting that they continue, of course, to favor the so-called 1%. All right, court rules Frank Solomon's widow must share $30 million with children. There's an unfortunate situation. Frank Solomon, as you know, a former government official I think is a lawyer, and he left some monies in trust for the wife and the children. The wife was supposed to be the person to manage the whole scenario, but she wanted to take all, and the children took her to court, and now the judge is saying that the money should be shared equally among all of them, including, of course, the wife and therefore the children as well. So we look, well, of course, that is one matter that I think was fairly dealt with as far as the courts are concerned. Well, again, 5 school girls charged for assault, yes, on Holy Faith Convent student, and of course, the matter with respect to Southeast government, there's another fracas that triggered the Prime Minister's chagrin and deep concern that, of course, these students should be charged once they are found, once the evidence shows that they should be. Well, this matter is still outstanding. Of course, there are other mechanisms that are at play. The Parent Teachers Association. You also have, of course, the parents themselves. You have the teachers themselves. You have the police themselves, all having, of course, different views as to how this matter should be treated, including, of course, that of the Ministry of Education. Government replaces WASA CEO, right? Keith Roy Holiday. Well, of course, I mentioned that earlier with respect, of course, to the government possibility that they would be exposed to legal action. He is tight-lipped, however, when asked about whether he will take legal recourse. He preferred to give up a parable. I think he said, some things, in other words, my interpretation of that is his response. That is that if something that is so obvious, there is no need to, of course, mention it. So I think that speaks volumes. So he will be taking legal action, in other words. Independent back opposition. Right, of course, Mark breaks 3 tied votes in Senate. But yesterday we discussed that, and as I said, the one that attracted my attention was the one with respect to the minister having, of course, veto, if you want to call it that, or the last say in terms of who should get assistance through the Children's Life Fund or not. It may go one way or the other, but of course there were senators that were saying that should not be, even though, of course, there is a provision in the legislation for judicial review of the decision made by the minister in such circumstance. But they were strident that ought not to be, and therefore there was a tie, 15-15 in the parliament, and once again another one where the presiding officer, Wade Mark, who is the president of the Senate, had to, of course, intervene and cast the vote in favor, of the government. But the principle is, as we have seen in the previous administration, when such a situation developed, whether it be in the Senate or in the lower house, they prefer, but the convention is to leave the act as it is. In other words, vote in favor of the status quo, meaning that the government will obviously have its way, because they would have introduced more or less that particular bill, except, of course, it is private members' day bill. Except it may be a private members' day bill, where, of course, a member of the House could, of course, introduce some piece of legislation to be considered. All right, Tobago Tourism takes a road show to Germany ahead of Concorde's return. So that's another thing to look at in Tobago. And of course, incidentally, Tobago is laying claim for the drastic reduction in murders on the island. I think it's about 3 over a particular period there that was being considered, comparatively speaking. And they are saying that murders has been reduced because of what Farley and they would have done. I prefer to chalk it up to be that the UNC and the coalition of interest is in government, and that is why that has occurred, because that seemed to be always the case when the UNC, in whatever form, is in office. Murders simply automatically seem to reduce. Why would you want to reinstall or to have a PNM government. It is mind-boggling in such circumstance. On that basis alone, TTPS helps DEA in 175 million cocaine bust. Well, of course, I think this occurred where I think in one of the European countries. Let me just take a look at see at that to see where exactly that occurred. All right, okay. So, three foreign suspects held in cocaine with an estimated $175 million dollars value, US that is, cocaine bust in Portugal. All right, so yes, so it was a European country in Portugal that originated from Trinidad, have been placed in protective custody, according to the police prosecutor's office in Portugal. Incidentally, I want to say, because I read it briefly sometime, but no Trinidadian is involved in terms of being arrested. But the drugs, they say, originated in Trinidad. Obviously, it didn't originate here. We would have been, of course, an intraport or a transshipment center for that drug, because we don't grow that here. But let me just read another paragraph. The news of the significant drug bust was shared in a media release by the U.S. Embassy on June 23rd and highlighted a joint operations by U.S. DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration agents in 4 countries: Trinidad and Tobago, Portugal, Denmark, and Spain, right, as well as officers assigned to the Transnational Organized Crime Unit. So that's a Trinidad unit, a Trinidad police construct, a vetted police unit operating out of the Ministry of Homeland Security. So yes, so I'm correct. It is a unit that is organized here in Trinidad. Other officers who were part of a DEA training program under the vetted unit of the TTPS, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the Seaport Corporation Project, CCOP. The latter is a collaborative initiative with the European Union to fight illicit maritime trafficking. So we know the genesis of that particular unit, that is called the Transnational Organized Crime Unit, operating out of the Office of Homeland Security, formerly, of course, the Ministry of National Security. And they got the training as a consequence of some input resources from the European Union. Let me just read just about two more paragraphs. Let me just read this one. This is a major win for the United States and the Trinidad and Tobago in our security cooperation to stop the illicit narcotics trade and protect our borders to make our communities safer. U.S. Charge d'Affaires, Dr. Jennifer Neidhart said in the release. So, of course, so the United States are praising Trinidad and Tobago cooperation. But again, of course, all of us know that that drug that was intercepted by authorities did not originate in Trinidad. Let's not waste time with that. They might have tracked it from Trinidad, but certainly it didn't originate here. Of course, and the person continues, the United States official continues, I commend our local DEA agents, officers from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service vetted unit and the TOCU for their diligence and professionalism. The United States will continue to support TT law enforcement agencies to address common challenges through continuous cooperation, training, and resources. Well, I thought just the other day they said that Trump had pulled back some training support for the army. So I suppose for the police, that may not be the case from this statement coming out from the United States Embassy here in Trinidad. In an immediate response, Commissioner of Police Alistair Guevara told Newsday on June 24th, this successful interdiction reflects the ongoing strength and the strategic depth of our partnership with United States law enforcement agencies. Yes, indeed. Good going, good going. He added that through sustained collaboration, intelligence sharing, and joint operational planning, we are disrupting the transnational criminal networks that threatens regional and global security. Big talk. Guevara, of course, who led a walkabout at Piaco International Airport earlier on Monday for the launch of the police tactical and canine units. Yes, for the airport, specifically for the airport, told Newsday that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service remained unwavering in its commitment to international cooperation as demonstrated by this interdiction, which he added demonstrates what can be achieved when jurisdictions work in close alignment. We commend the efforts of our U.S. counterparts and reaffirm our shared resolve to combat organized crime and protect our citizens from its far-reaching impact, the newly minted top cop said. On June 23rd, the Public Prosecutor's Office in Portugal disclosed the arrest of 3 suspects, which took place on June 14th aboard an 11-meter yacht off the Azores archipelago in the North Atlantic Ocean that had more than 1.5 tons of cocaine on board. The joint operation was coordinated and was called what? Operation Viking, and had been targeted during a 3-year investigation. What the U.S. Embassy said. All right, I think we get the gist of that. There's no need to go further. Let's see what's again in the news. A family grieving death for plumber days after the crash involved minister. So of course, all right. So we let's read this because let's see what's happening, because there will be a lot of talk about and Andy's trying to get the minister involved. Let's read this a bit and see what's happening. A family grieving death of a plumber days after crash involving minister. So it's clear that they want you to read it and they sensationalize it. All right, Daniela Cordner, the common law wife of Stefan Primus, says she is still struggling to accept his death days after the accident which claimed his life. The accident was the result of collisions between multiple vehicles, one of which was driven by a minister in the Ministry of Housing, Anil Roberts. She spoke on June 24th at the family home on Pompey Street, yes, El Socorro. Cordner said that the 3 children she had with Primus were devastated by this death. Our children aren't doing well. He has a son in his 20s. He has a 12-year-old daughter who is graduating from primary school this Friday coming, and his youngest son is just 3. She said, wow. Primus 43, the father of 5 and a plumber with the San Juan Laventil Regional Corporation, died following a multi-vehicle collision along the Beetham Highway on June 21st. In a Facebook video posted hours after the incident, Roberts, of course, the minister, who is also a government senator, said the crash occurred at around 5:23 a.m. He said he was driving east along the highway at the time. Let's see what is happening. Roberts said he was driving on the right lane when a white BMW attempted to overtake a gray station wagon from the middle lane, cut into the left lane. The BMW encountered another vehicle which was proceeding slowly in the left lane and swerved back to the middle lane to pass it. Roberts said in the post, the gray wagon in turn swerved away from the BMW and collided with Roberts' SUV. Roberts said the impact caused his vehicle to strike the median and come to a stop in the right lane. So my assessment earlier seemed to be holding here with this report. After his SUV came to a stop, Roberts said he looked in his rear view mirror and saw another car speeding towards him. Moments later, a crash took place. Primus succumbed to his injuries earlier on the morning of June 22nd. Apart from working in the regional corporation, Primus was also the owner of a tea business, Gas Breakers, which he operated for the past 3 years. Cordner noted the outpouring of support from co-workers, friends, and members of the community. People have shown up and tried to support us in different ways, she said, adding she was forever grateful for this support. However, she admitted, I'm still in a daze, not really sure what's going on. She described Primus as a hardworking and passionate entrepreneur, saying that days before the fatal crash, he received product approval for his tea from the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, Cariri, as part of efforts to take his business to newer heights. As she said, he was looking forward to patching his tea products to supermarket and groceries after the Cariri certification. So he's an ambitious guy, of course, working with the Laventil Regional Corporation as a plumber, as well as, of course, pulling bull as well. Cordner said that she will remember Primus as someone who was well loved in the community, always willing to help others, and was never afraid of hard work. In addition to plumbing and his tea business, he also drove PH private hire to support his family. So people, that is, I think, in the absence of the minister, and if we don't get him this morning, at least you would have had Newsday outline as to what transpired, and part of which came from Roberts himself. So once again, he was driving on the inner lane near the median another vehicle on the side of him in the middle lane, and the next one on the outer. Apparently, one tried to overtake one and then dash back into the middle. The one in the middle swerved on him. He, of course, crashed into the median, and while he's there, his vehicle came to a stop. While he's there, another vehicle from behind, speeding, of course, coming, didn't expect, I'm sure, just as any one of us, that could happen to, crash into his stationary vehicle. And so he got two bunks, one on the side and one on the back. Miraculously, he survived, but the one in the back, the person who was driving that one succumbed to his injuries. In other words, he died, and family, of course, is traumatized. So that is the facts of the matter. Andy?
Yes, I'm here. Oh boy, so all of the lines are open. Let me open the lines by the time because you read plenty of those things.
You got them?
Yeah, I organize it. So all of the lines are open. The lines are open.
Yes.
Call the numbers on your screen. The numbers are called 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120. What's my WhatsApp voice note?
I sent you some
at 366-3053.
A video this morning.
That video you sent me this morning, I'm going to play it that clear. You see the one you sent me before with Camille? I want that with all the background. When you send me anything, don't send up one with background for me. Okay. Yeah. It drum in what it is she's saying bad. We watch she loud and clear. Like when she was worrying Rowley, but you're not understanding me because the background is. So just send it out the background for me.
Yeah, it's so noisy. Yeah. All right, no problem. I know I got it like that. So so I'll have to look for it then in my archive. All right. So that is that has not been done. But the other one about the people the first serious salvo to the population or to the PNM as to investigations that are taking place came from, of course, the Attorney General, Mr. Jeremy, as far as the iniquities. Of course, the term he uses where criminal wrongdoing occurs, he will go to war with you. And I thought it was important to put in, of course, the faces of some of the persons that I expect that he will go to war with. So it will be very interesting viewing. Those of you who could only listen, well, you will be missing, of course, that aspect of it.
The background too loud. You're really not picking up on what is being said. All right, so let's take a call. The lines are open, Trinidad and Tobago. The lines are open. The numbers are called. Again, 225-6644, 225-6644, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or give us that WhatsApp call.
Yeah, I wasn't making reference to the.
Wait, the call
I dismissed that already, but the last one.
Hold 1 minute. You'll get Jeremy now. You're getting Jeremy now too. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Grog Report. Andy, Lennox, Mickie, Tunapuna here. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on the appointment of Mr. Larry Hawaii as the Governor of the Central Bank. And I'll tell you why I say that. When Mr. Larry Hawaii was the Minister of Finance under the People's Partnership government, what shall we handle the finances of this country? There were absolutely no taxes. There was no removal of subsidies on gas or anything at all, or any of the utilities whatsoever. Understand what I'm saying, Andy? There was no extensive borrowing and whatnot. And what I want to congratulate him for, correct me if I'm wrong, and Lennox, you too, he said that this government, they will not be going to the IMF. Because, you know, that is the rumor that PNM spreading, but and all of them, Brand Man and all of them, and some of them so-called PNMites is claiming that, you know, the government is now, they're going to devalue the money and they're going to the IMF and whatnot and whatnot. But he has dished that. You understand that? So therefore, and I want to say this, when he was the Minister of Finance, Jawala Rambaran was the Governor of the Central Bank. Watch how this country was running. We had absolutely no problem, no financial problem. This country was in no crisis. Although Patrick Manning, they leave this country broken with Ian Kohler, Hart and all of them. And they drain out all the money from NIPDEC and all of that kind of thing to build all them big fancy buildings in town and whatnot, and left a lot of them unoccupied and incomplete. So this is, I want to congratulate her for that. I want to make a next point, Andy. This, all of them who was criticizing Kamala for removing, what's his name, Hilaire as the governor of the central bank. I listened to Karen Nunes this year. I listened to Imbot. I listened to this one, Vishnu Raghunath. Well, he is a waste of blasted time. Because he's the man that they have there on a committee to deal with the ethics of politics, misbehavior of parliamentarian and whatnot. And not one of the PNM. He had brought it to face any consequences. When Stuart Young used obscene language, when he talked about Kamala with Zami and all them kind of things, Vishnu Raghunath, you was dancing for your, playing for your money, fighting for your job as a lecturer at UWE. And I feel that the time has reached now that they have to remove you from that position of the head of the ethics of politics committee. But what I want to say is this: call me in, but you keep harping, just like Karen Nunes, and all they're talking about what this government will be exposing themselves to litigation, court matters, and what because of the removal of Hilaire. And he said, you see, when they remove Rambaran and whatnot, and what have you, and he would keep using his free term that all because Hilaire didn't expose who are the people receiving the foreign exchange. This is why this government removed him. Jawaharlal Rambaran disclosed the names of the people who were getting foreign exchange. But it's not because of that only fire him. He was a UNC man. But unlike this with Hilaire was a part of a conspiracy with the PNM government, a part of the Cosa Nostra, the mafia gang that was hiding the revenues of this country when almost $3 billion went missing. When the Auditor General disclosed that, you said absolutely nothing, Hilaire. You should, you know, plus that, you never state what is the state of the economy in terms of our finances, our reserve, our what debt, and all these kind of things. You never disclose that. And also, what is even strange is when you refuse the Auditor General, which is stated in law, the Auditor General could audit the central bank. You refuse to allow her to do it based on instructions you receive from Kwame. So Kwame, you and Hilaire and all here. This is not just a case of you being removed, Hilaire. This is a matter that has to be investigated by the police because you sat there and presided over what happened with this economy and was hiding and denying the Auditor General from going there to audit the accounts. And this is stipulated in law. So, Imbot, I want to tell you something. Don't feel you're going away, That money is still missing. We qualify investigation, We ain't leaving nothing unturned, because this government talk about transparency, accountability, going after all those white-collar crime and all these people tracing the money and what other thing. And if they don't live up to that expectation, because this is what overwhelming people voting only in for, So that's only could do with that, because why? We want to get back the millions or maybe the billions that was stolen from this country by PNM and their associates, be the business sector, the contractors and everybody. And I am saying, this is a new dispensation. And Kamala Prasad says, you start off on a good footing. The Revenue Authority, the property tax, the Children Life Fund, and also the removal of the governor of the central bank. Now we see we have a new CEO at WASA and what have you and what not. This is what we are about. And I want to tell all those people who get these as new appointments in the various things like the CEO of WASA and Mr. Hawaii and all these people and them, and the chairman and the board of WASA and what not. This is not because of no party affiliation. This was done because we didn't want to do it like how PNM do it. Just appoint the people who incompetent, who are fit for the position and get them big money or whatever, like how they have Anthony Garcia and all of them on their comments and whatnot. This is about what the Prime Minister, the government wants is delivery. They want people who are competent enough to do the job. And let me tell you something. All you have to put on all your boots and hit the ground running, Because we are sticking and all, we are staying and taking nothing idly by. Although we support the government, we want deliverabilities, we want performance, and unless that we start to see that happening. Why is it happening, you know? But let me tell you something. All those who have their position, let me tell you something. Hit the ground running. Understand what I'm saying, Andy? And but don't try this kind of dotishness and tell me about they fire him because he disclosed the name of those who received the fire. He didn't disclose the name of those who received the foreign exchange. No, it is that. It is because he was part of a conspiracy with Georgia and the PNM government to hide and to, I have to say, condone corruption. And this is the reason why he was removed. So let them come now and let them bring lawsuit and whatnot and things. And the government is prepared because I think they have done a study of what they did in terms of removing him and whatnot. And they are prepared for the consequences. And they have a blessed morning, my brother.
Thank you very much. Morning caller, where calling from? What's your contribution on the bone report this morning?
Hey, morning. I just pray that Honor Robert is okay. This media going to look for any excuse to prolong with the government, UNC. I know that because for 9 years in Freeport, we wasn't getting water. No water, the bridge breaking down. Nobody was looking to fix it. Soon as UNC wins, I won't call no name, one of the media service come up and post a video showing the bridge. After 9 years, they never come to do that. We chase them out of the area. We chase them. We don't want them here. They want to pull along with UNC government. And I pray that Mr. Anna Robert is okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, caller. Oh boy, Lennox Smith, you gotta send that thing for me with all the background and truth, right? And let me put on the next one day with Parliament Day, which was very, 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 very serious. Oh boy, that's John Jeremy on all what it is he had to say. Yep.
Criminal wrongdoing is alleged. Criminal wrongdoing is alleged. Criminal wrongdoing is alleged. I don't mind you looking at me. I'm happy. But when you look at the political leader and Prime Minister of the United National Congress, her grandmother, who has served this country for however long, never had.
Come on. What is that? Never had
one standard raised against her. I will go to war with you. 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 The point: criminal wrongdoing is alleged. Criminal wrongdoing is alleged. I don't mind you looking at me. I'm happy. But when you look at the political leader and Prime Minister of the United National Congress, her grandmother, who has served this country for however long, never had one standard raised against her. I will go to war with you. I will go to war with you. I will go to war with you. I I will go to war with you. I will go to war with you. The point is that this is something that needs to be investigated, and it will be investigated with every fiber of my being.
Nice. The point is that is something that needs to be investigated, and it will be investigated with every fiber in him, as he rightfully said. Right? In the future again, please don't add no background when you're sending from me. No background. It's come across Gael everywhere else, kind of distorted. Quite raised.
All right.
Yeah.
But of course, that is the first major significant indicator for those who are saying that they're not doing anything and so on. Well, you heard it from the Attorney General, who has a reputation for, of course, investigating matters of this nature in the past, and of course, it seems as though the past has come forward, and he has the task of course, investigating all those issues that we raised over the last 9 years about, of course, the conduct in public life of these ministers and the entire cabinet, in my view, because the most, what I consider to be disconcerting, the most, of course, egregious utterance that came out surrounding these matters is that they can't find the minutes of that meeting of the cabinet or any information where the decision was taken or who was part of the decision that was taken to close down Petrotrin. I find that very, very disconcerting, and of course bordering on dishonesty and clearly criminal conduct, because I have been saying that the entire cabinet, because of that decision, clearly has demonstrated a conspiracy to, of course, undermine the foreign exchange fabric of Trinidad and Tobago, and to jeopardize Trinidad and Tobago. And all those who were involved in that decision should be, of course, brought to justice, criminal justice. I am talking here with respect to misbehavior in public office and acting against the best interests of Trinidad and Tobago. But here it is, consistent with what I was suggesting there. And now we know the present cabinet can't find the cabinet note that would, of course, outline who was there when that decision was made to close down Petrotrin. So we remain with, of course, the logical conclusion that the entire thing was done in order to save Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, the former Prime Minister, and his association with the fake oil matter. That is one of the conclusions one has to draw, because if it is you can't find the notes, it gives credence for not more speculation, but to confirm that they know they were doing wrong, and of course cover it up. Because if the present cabinet, who is in government today, cannot find those pieces of information to say who exactly were part and parcel of the decision, who said yes, who said no, who of course rejected it, as the case may be, then we have to go with the conclusion that we drew then, that it was a conspiracy by the entire cabinet of the then Rowley PNM administration to do harm to Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore breach their oath of office to do right and to, of course, act in Trinidad and Tobago's interests. Unpatriotic, in other words. Well, Andy.
Thank you. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Good morning to the ground report and Mickie K, Lennox, and also Andy Will. I'm calling from Granny. What I have to say, boy, is that we are seeing a conspiracy that is going on in the Senate, right now, because Christine Kangaroo had put 9 moles in the Senate to obstruct any bill that the government bring into pass in the Senate. And the president will always have to, and he says they're talking about, he will always have to make a casting vote on the government side to help to make our bill pass. Because if you check what happened, 9 of them voting with the opposition. That don't happen so. And that is put there since Christine Kangaloo take up office, I believe it was the 20th of March 2023. So she will go, I believe, in 2028. So this is what this government will have to face up with for this next 3 years. Obstruction in the Senate. So that anytime 1 or 2 ministers might get sick, where they can't attend the Senate when they have important bill to pass, that will be the obstruction. Because that 9 people is straight PNM. It is no independent senators there, as how it normally be in the past. So as I said that, I would like to congratulate Mr. Howard in becoming the governor of the central bank. And Kamala did the right thing. Because all of us were saying that, even you and the Lennox, everybody was saying that remove this man. Because you can't have an obstructionist causing you no that general had to go and investigate that money. What is 2.6 billion? And Mr. Inboot and them trying to defend something that is full all the time. These people is just shameless. Getting up and talking in the Senate, in the Parliament, about things that when the ministers bring in proof, they may even have a proof to show. And they just get up and talk wildly. But we know Inboot and them just ain't good. These people are really evil. And they in that Parliament is to only obstruct. But I just hope that the Attorney General could really bring some kind of matter on what never happened in Trinidad and Tobago and put these people to rest. That is my saying today, brother.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please. Good morning to you. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution on the ground report this morning?
Andy, good morning. I just want to remind Lennox, I had a conversation with him yesterday, that the pendulum has swung, but it didn't go all the way because with the UNC, the pendulum stopped at 26 and the PNM still remain with 15. But anyway, that is not what I call about this morning. What I want to talk about this morning, Lennox, my good friend Lennox, I just want to know if the police can reopen the case against the oil scandal. Because that case was not pursued to the full entirety, which should have gone to the Privy Council. And I personally believe the police did not do a thorough investigation on the matter. Because how could it be that you can't find the evidence and a man come out and say, I ain't going down alone? That is convincing evidence that something was amiss. And I wish they could open back that case and find this man Duki or who he was. Trinidad is a small country, how they couldn't find that man? Something real was suspicious about that whole matter. In fact, oil was being stolen before this matter came about. And I can tell you that Patrick Manning fired a man who was stealing oil in his time, and it's the same procedure they have used because maybe they know each other and that. I wouldn't want to go further than that. But I would like the government on this new Attorney General to look into the matter. We have a new police commissioner now. Maybe they will find something interesting. They can bring this matter to a close because that oil scandal is as Mr. Professor Kojo say, is the cause of all our sorrows in this country. It is the cause of all our sorrows. From the day that oil refinery was shut down and had corrupt practices, the whole economy of Trinidad went down. The forex went down. Unemployment went down. Labor unrest, all these things. Price of goods went up since that. And this something has to give way that we could find and come to the bottom of this, because I cannot, in my own conscience, believe that money was missing, could not be accounted for, and nobody get locked up. Something wrong somewhere there, Mr. Right? So we have to ask the Attorney General if they could open and get the police to do a thorough investigation, look for all the flaws in the matter, and reopen that case. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'm wrong or right, but I believe it could open a case if there is new evidence. Thank you.
Morning, caller. Where you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Hi, Andy. Good morning. Calling from Pity Valley. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Andy, PNM in opposition, but they want this government to carry on where they left on, whatever they were doing. Case in point is Cummins. Cummins said that the government wanted to dismantle his youth program where he had, where he said it was providing starter houses, they was giving them $20,000, they was doing this and they was doing that. Andy, what you believe? A parent put up a thing on TikTok. The land that they was building these 20 is a vast area. Nothing, just bush in this area. Last night, Cummins said I was giving the students or the participants a stipend. A parent put up that is a lie. Her child was in it and the child never got a stipend. It's all kind of things. So we have to find out what Cummins did with all the money he got for this so-called youth program that he was carrying on. You understand? And that they're behind UNC. UNC moving on. You see another PNM, a big PNM have joined the UNC. They had an eternal election. 7,000 persons voted in this election. Against Cummins said why the voter turnout was low was because they already had a leader, Penelope Beckles, so people wasn't too worried about that. That's why it had a low voter turnout. So Andy, this government, and they could say what I want to know. We get an official documents. It's in you say and I say official documents the UNC getting. So let us see what is going to happen. Thank you.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Good morning, caller. Where you calling from? What's your contribution on the Gong Report this morning?
Yeah, morning, fellas. I'm calling from Arima. I just want to ask a question to you, Lennox. Can anybody be truly independent? Because there are positions that are seen as people are independent. Once you vote, you can never be independent. Because the president might say, okay, you bring as an independent senator, you cast a vote, I'm sure, for somebody, whether it be UNC, PNM, Patriotic Front, somebody you place a vote for. So when I'm in the parliament, nobody does know who I vote for. And the William, nobody don't know who you vote for. Nobody knows who Lennox votes for, because we were not in the polling vote with you. Because you could say, well, it's a big UNC, I think, if a camera, but when they went to the voting booth, they vote for PNM, but in front you're saying, I'm not saying it's not, man. That's taking a reference there. So can anybody be truly independent? Can anybody in the public service, all the public servants, can you say they're independent? They have preferences on who they voted for. So I might like what UNC pay now, but I'm in a position like the commissioner, example, the commissioner. You know who the commissioner vote for? You cannot say the commissioner is, people say, oh, it's an independent position, but the person themselves may not be independent. They have a particular party, their preference. So I don't think anybody can truly be independent in no matter what position you put them in, whether it's a board state, anywhere, they will never be truly independent because somewhere behind the line, they supported a party, right? They may not show it up in front, but in the background, in the head, they supported a party. So nobody anybody. I don't think anybody can truly be independent in any position you put them in. And there where the problem will come in, because you may think this person supposed to be supporting the UNC, yeah, but in the background, I just say that for so.
Hold 1 minute there. 4, 8, 6. Oh boy, sorry about that. Oh boy, try to call back. Remember we trying to get on to, and Miss Mohit give the thing Lennox Smith that today we'd have been able, because and she is the social development minister. Miss Mohit, Lennox Smith.
Yeah.
Miss Mohit, let me just peep quick and see what call back. Call back.
Just trying to get her?
Yeah, and well, I sent a message to Arnold Roberts too.
All right.
Yeah, she's the Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services, which will deal with the issue. Remember, we wanted to talk to her based on the issue of the Children's Life Fund. And this whole thing with this independent people thing, not so?
Yes. And of course,
all right.
We here have our own issues as well. There's food cards, etc. People are clamoring for that. Surprised that there's so much people that are really abject need, boy. And you had a minister saying 11,000 cards were withdrawn, and she was gleeful about it. She was glad about it. And then another one, of course, I think is 7,000, and they felt good to know that they were able to, of course, deprive people from that. Right here, we already, even though we started about 2 weeks now, we have over 400,000 persons. Sorry, what I'm doing? 400 persons, of course, over 400 persons applying for one thing or another, whether it's job, whether, of course, it's food cards, whether public assistance, whether they have the application in for a long time now and they have not been able to get. I mean, I think they should have a special desk in the ministries for these outstanding matters, housing, social development, and so on, where people really and truly are in the jaws of absolute and abject poverty, so that you could dedicate it, of course, to speedy relief, because that is what is required now. In spite, of course, of the financial constraints, I know that there may be that as well, but if there's an allocation, then it shouldn't be a problem to acquire. Why the red tape? Why the bureaucracy? Why the long extraordinary waiting? We see that for example, operations in the hospital, a simple eye situation for cataract, for example. Some say it's a very simple operation. Why people have to wait 2 and 3 years to get that kind of service? It's best you tell them go and die.
So truth. Oh boy. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Yeah, morning. Andy.
Yes. Morning.
Go ahead, speak.
Morning. Tell Lennox stop talking when I call now. You get the earphone yet? Hey, Andy. Yeah, Andy. I one of the first person call and complaining about this 9 independent senator, of which I call them the PNM substitute. And then Roberts, when he started giving contribution, he congratulated 1 or 2 of the independent thing for talking good about the plan and the Children's Life Fund thing. And at the end of voting now, all 9 of them vote against it. So we who is the UNC and we writing with the government, we are to encourage we senators and them to be always in the Senate, so that they will get the vote from the president to win or get anything passed in the Senate. Because look at all this so glaring that them is PNM. Yeah. Hey, Lennox.
Oh, you listening? Go ahead.
When you meet 2 people coming for your partner.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Lennox on something else there. Anyhow, all of the lines are open because I'll play some voice notes in a bit. I'll play some voice notes in a bit. So, come on. Nice, nice, nice. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Nice. Yes, Lennox Smith. Lennox Smith. Oh boy. And Trinidad and Tobago, we have the Honorable Minister of the People and Social Development and Family Services. As we promised, because again, you all have a very serious issue at this point in time with the whole Children's Life Fund and the senators and them were supposed to be independent senators technically voting against the children's bill. And as we all see, the Speaker of the House, not the Speaker, but the President or the Senate had to cast a vote and all those various things. So let me say a pleasant good morning to you, Miss Mohit.
Mohit?
Yes, Mohit. And Lennox Smith, you go ahead. Talk to the minister.
Yes, indeed, of course, well, let me say Minister. Honorable, yes, the Minister of the People. Pleasant good morning to you. Welcome, of course, to the ground report. Yes, indeed, of course, there is a lot of disquiet. Could you give us a ball by ball, because we try to do it ourselves. And incidentally, let me personally, as well as on behalf of the team, congratulate you for your maiden address in the Parliament. I thought it was scintillating. Yeah, I thought it was factual, and I thought it was dynamic. But of course, most importantly, you did your duty as expected in the Parliament. So welcome. Could you give us an idea of what transpired? I know that you are not in the Senate, but I'm sure that you would have had some kind of information. Then, of course, we'll go directly into your portfolio and some of the things that you mentioned. For example, that of delays that you would have met there. But just tell us what has happened with respect to the Children's Life Fund as far as the Senate is concerned, even though you are not a senator. Go ahead.
Well, good morning to you all, first of all, and thank you for having me. Yes. All I can say on the Children's Life Fund, because, we are a responsible government. So I will stay in my lane. This would better be posed to the Minister of Health. But what I can tell you as the Minister of the People, with charged with responsibility for children now as well, is that we are focused on the children, and we will do all that matters for the children. It was impressive to see what happened in the Senate, despite the fact of what happened with the independent bench and the PNM. It was impressive to see that our very well-experienced president of the Senate who served in the Senate for several years, would have exercised his right, and in doing so, to serve the children of this country who, may be faced with serious illnesses and so on. So I commend him for that. And I reiterate the position of the government in terms of the commitment to children and how we will continue to serve them. Good morning. As a matter of fact, as Minister of the People, we play a role in that as well in terms of referrals and so on. So when it comes to needy children or, cases we may encounter from a ministry level. So I support my Senate colleagues, and I want to tell them, publicly, thanks for their strength in supporting our children.
Great. Well, let's get to your specific portfolio. You did, of course, in your maiden speech. We have already, of course, commended you for that. With respect, of course, to these inordinate delays and what mechanisms you did, of course, say it, but also for the benefit of those who may not have heard. what mechanism you would have put in place, of course, to expedite, to fast track some of the long outstanding services that people would have applied for. And of course, these people are from the lowest rung of the socio-economic ladder. In other words, you're talking about the seriously poor people in this country that are seeking, of course, some kind of hands up from that particular ministry. After all, that is the purpose for which it was established in the first place. So could you give us a little rundown as to some of the things that you have met and what corrective actions that are in train at this point in time?
Yeah, because minister people only complaining about the NIS lay, they taking long, but we did see the papers too where you met some kind of backlog of 600 and something people, and in no time 6,000 some people, and in no time it went down to something like 100 and something people again to go, and we was like, whoa. In that late space of time, look at what Miss Mohit.
Yeah, we were flabbergasted and we were aghast at the same time. Wow. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, firstly, thank you all for, a lot of people called me and said, those fellas bigging you up on the radio. I say, really? So thanks a lot for that, for recognizing, my contribution in the house, which is my first responsibility, of course. When it comes to, NIS is under the Ministry of Finance, but of course we require them in terms of our grants and deliberating on our grants and approvals and so on. And when I went there and I saw what's happening into the ministry, I met a backlog and I couldn't believe what I met. So you want to know a little bit of what was done? Well, here's what was done. A lot of meetings, lengthy meetings, coordinated approach. I called up on our ministers one time. I said, listen, Minister of Finance, I have a serious problem. Minister of Homeland Security, we still have some outstanding matters with immigration. They are responding to some because they have some issues with their system as well. But the point is we are working on the immigration. But the NIB was 6,400 NIB requests we would have sent from our ministry to NIB. And I called up my colleagues. I said, listen, we have to solve this. These are needy people. These are vulnerable people are waiting our assistance. So in one weekend, Minister of Finance, would have put me onto NIB. NIB worked with me in one weekend to clear that backlog. All right. Immigration as well. They submitted some responses to us out of the 1,500 plus, and we are awaiting the remaining responses. But the point about it and the fact of the matter remains that we are committed, and it's not just a saying, we are committed to solving issues. Because when you take up this job, you have to be a problem solver. So we are committed to solving the issues that we would have met, and of course to initiate programs which would help our people. Not just plenty of people are of the view that we would help supporters. No, we are here to help all of Trinidad and Tobago, and I can tell you it's long hours. It's a lot of meetings, a lot of site visits. It's a huge ministry with a lot of responsibility. But me, I'm up for the fight, and I'm working in partnership with the ministry officials. I'm working in partnership with my ministerial colleagues and so on to ensure that we deal with the issues. It's a ministry with a lot of issues, as you would have seen as well, not just NIB. I heard you said you were flabbergasted. Checks, where there were issues in terms of fraud and so on. Since 2024, Ombudsman would have been dealing with this. It took a UNC government to go in there and say, hey, listen, we have to solve these matters. As soon as I got it, look, in 2 weeks, yesterday, I got in for confirmation that the gentleman would have come in to collect his check. So,
beautiful. Yes, I read that part.
We met a lot. Yes.
Well, of course, there is some confusion, and for clarity thereof, as far as the public is concerned, and to minimize confusion as far as possible applicants are concerned. Tell us the relationship between, of course, a person, let's say, hypothetically, given a hypothetical situation, they apply for the old age pension or the senior citizen grant, not grantor, but of course pension, and what role NIS has to play with respect to that? in terms of determining the ultimate decision as to what they will get, if they will get the entire $3,000, because some people believe that if they qualify for NIS, which of course is a sort of a private contributory arrangement, as opposed to the government qualification for 65 years, and then of course you automatically get another $3,000. Tell us how that operates, because many people are very confused about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to pronounce too much on that just yet, because those things are being reviewed at this time. And I really don't want to make any public pronouncements on that just yet. I have asked the Attorney General for us to, what I want to share with you though, is I've asked the Attorney General for us to have a meeting and let us review some of the legislation. As you know, there was a miracle clause prior to the election, which were presented to the Parliament. Up to now, I cannot find that officer who was blamed for putting in the clause in error. All right?
So 5,000 in your bank account.
25,000. 25,000.
Yes.
25.
No, 25,000.
So,
yes, what happened to me? 25,000.
yes.
Yes, in your bank account, and you are disqualified.
So
all right. So you're looking into these matters, but
correct. But let me share with you.
Just now, she said, but Lennox Smith. Just now, Lennox, she said, but. Go ahead, Minister.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So
Sorry
what I would share with you is that it goes to NIS because there are certain checks need to be made. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the ministry would have had several reports of fraud, error, and a lot of administrative errors, etc., in the system, and these things we are attempting to correct. Now, I'm not saying that there are instances which are problematic, but what I can share with you is we have to send it to NIS to ensure that persons are not in receipt of benefits and so on, and to confirm the amounts, because there are brackets and levels at which you can receive the senior citizens pension in terms of income. So we have to confirm the amount received by NIB so that you would be accurate in terms of what you are giving or dispersing to these recipients if they are to receive the pension. So as I said, it's a review, and I will update you all more on that. But it is a work in progress. It's not, we are not sitting idly by and looking at it. Okay?
Well, we see that it's only 7 weeks. Go ahead, Lennox, your next question, man.
And recently, right on George Street here, we opened, of course, what is called an employment and resources center. But what we discovered is that a lot of people would have be in need of food. They seem to be in a state of abject poverty. And therefore we looked at the whole question of the temporary food card. I think I in fact called you on that matter, and you promised, of course, to meet, well, not to meet, but to speak with me sometime later. But the fact is that we have quite a lot of them, over 400 applicants. Maybe out of that, maybe half of that, they are applying for that temporary aspect because they just are in absolute need. But what is the scenario with that, one, and two, the process, and three, how long would such application take when that becomes, of course, to the attention of the authorities? Because I remember when our previous minister was in your seat, so to speak, she did, of course, provide, almost on an instantaneous basis, these temporary food cards to assist, of course, in the alleviation of the immediate needs of these applicants, let me put it that way, or people that are in need. So I just want to get your views on that.
Well, I can't give those commitments as this minister, because what I've met, there are a lot of corrections, cleansing to be done. I know there are several needy people out there, and under the UNC, you had something called the Targeted Conditional Cash Transfer Program. What has been done is the food support units, it has been scaled down. And this is what I've explained several times. People have continuously been removed from this program. Now, there's an entire review in the ministry right now. Just yesterday, I met with my PS, and what we recognize is the one-stop shop at the ministry level, at the social services center. It's too much happening at one spot. So we need to therefore separate some of these, grants and units, so you have a smoother flow and a smoother process. Right now, you have something called the food support unit. And what we are looking at is we are looking at reviewing how that unit operates and allowing it to expand a little bit throughout the country, because it's really small right now. All right. So in terms of immediate food support, I revealed I found 800 food cards in the minister's office. Plus 800
Yes.
plus
You did
food
say
cards.
that was so such of a waste as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
But go ahead.
So I want the process to be smooth. I can tell you a big issue is the means testing. And I've asked for all means test forms to come to me. And very soon you would see a review in the means test will be taking place.
I understand what you're saying, Minister, because somehow the former government, and you all used to talk about it in opposition, will give means tests in a way where it's just a fail, you know. Some of the things are just the people that fail. But my two questions is, on social media trending is a lady begging for help, not living out of a car. And my next question is, what role you can play or the government can play in giving her that assistance? Well, I'm not too sure if she have kids too. And the next thing is, would disabled people be getting back their food cards? Because remember, again, this the former wicked PNM government didn't understand that the disabled people really and truly needed the phone card, and the two things was clashing. Well, I know in the future we may put legislations in place or go to your colleagues and see. Again, not too sure as you say, because you're all going through this, but those is my two questions: the disabled people and the people that needs the food card for assistance, and the lady that living through a car.
Well, firstly, the lady that's living in the vehicle, well, claims to be living in the vehicle. You didn't mention that she also called my name.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
You didn't mention that.
Yeah,
She called my name as well. That's not a problem. What I want to share publicly is I have been, despite her not being in my constituency when I was in opposition, I have been helping Miss Smith, the lady in the video. I've been helping her for all of these years. When I was in opposition, I wrote to URP, I contacted URP, and I asked to give her a job. Every time URP stopped her from working, or they did not grant her a fortnight, I wrote to URP and I called URP and got her back onto the program. I never allowed her to be without a job. I assisted her through my office. In 2020, she came to my walk about twice. This time around, she did not, as being claimed. In addition to that, one of the nights during my campaign, she came to my office with a placard and demanded to see me and camped out there. And that's fine. I have no issue. I know how people feel when they are in need. One of my members went down. We gave her some money. I spoke with her. I gave her some food. I gave her some food stuff because that's my style. I don't leave people stranded.
Wow.
Despite the fact that my staff members were cursed, were insulted, that the hampers that we usually give are no good, etc. And I must be hurt by that. I asked that she also visit her MP. All right. And her MP confirmed with me last night that he has also been helping her. Up to Tuesday, he helped her. She's insisting on the URP. You know what's happening there. So there's a little wait which will take place. Okay. So we have been assisting Miss Smith. I heard no mention of that at all in the video. All right. And that's fine with me. And I will continue to assist wherever and whenever I can.
Nice,
okay?
Nice. You are that type of person. Very good, man.
Exactly. But what I have issue with is you don't do those things and say you are not getting help when you have been getting help. Okay? Additionally, disabled people, as I told you before, I have asked the Attorney General for a meeting because what I've recognized, and I will share it with you, those food cards were taken away from disabled people and persons in receipt of grants without any policy, and the Auditor General report picked up on it. There's no policy. So who decided to do that? That was just an administrative decision. So once we have legislation in place, then you can monitor and control the system at a better pace and rate. So it's a work in progress. It will all happen. I'm not going to publicly commit just yet because I want the background work to take place, and then we will announce and inform the people. All right, but the means test will be reviewed, and of course, our disabled people, I can tell you, we are prioritizing them right now.
Very good. Well, I know again, Trinidad and Tobago.
Wait, Andy, because there's a gray area here that I want to clear up as well. There are people who have been complaining that they were getting public assistance, but now that they qualify for the old age, some people say that, or the senior citizen pension, they are stopped. They no longer get it once they would have applied, having reached the age for that particular benefit. But that takes so long that it puts them in extreme jeopardy, and that is where the concern is. One would have expected that if they are off here, if this is taken away from them, that they get on, well, almost instantaneously. So I just want you to clear up that, because that has been a common feature, especially around here in East Port of Spain, etc., where we are located and serving.
I can tell you, myself and the Minister of Finance, I'm not sure if you saw it, we had a meeting with World Bank 2 weeks ago. And that was one of the issues that came up, and certain recommendations were made. The transition is the problem from the disability to the senior citizens pension. And we have made some proposals in terms of the transitioning. And once agreed, those things will also be announced. But the transitioning is the problem. Okay?
I see.
So we are looking at possibly reviewing the age at which senior citizens can apply for their pension. So usually it's on their birthday, they take in their application. We are reviewing that to look at if there's a possibility of them doing it prior to their birthday, like a year before. So if they are on disability, they can transition easily into the senior citizens pension.
Right. That's what I expected. And of course, finally, a person is on the street and they want to benefit from the food or grocery hamper initiative that you spoke of. You said there's a special unit there. What happens there? Well, how does a person benefit from that? Because we need that kind of information to guide them as to what is possible, what is not possible, and how efficacious they can, of course, access this particular benefit, because they're really
in an abject
state of poverty. Go ahead.
Are you speaking of homeless persons?
Yeah, he's speaking about homeless people.
Homeless persons, persons who may not be homeless, but of course have a large family and they want to, just get something for them, because that is a major feature here. Whether they live in somewhere or not live in somewhere, I can tell you they are in such a state. But what I want to know is what has to be done and how they access it with very little difficulty, if at all.
Well, they visit their local board, and what can be done as well. Many people reach out to me, to my office. I invite people to do that. When you reach out, we submit it to the SDU, which is the Social Displacement Unit, and they would assess and make the necessary recommendations.
Nice. Right. Now, Ms. Moret, I must say, Minister, I must say, I am absolutely, totally proud of you as a young person starting in Shogunas there, as a simple councillor, to go to be an MP and then an opposition MP to this transition. And you have totally, absolutely grown. And I must say, I like how it is. Look how you're thinking. It's how young people think. You already stated that you're thinking on the question what Lennox Smith asked, whereby trying to make the smooth transition from one stage to the next, which by doing it like a year in advance, so when it take off, they automatically get their old age pension and all those various things one time.
Keep us into the next without any friction, because that intervening period there, I mean, it's pain for these people. I mean, it's
some of them can't pay
you
their
want to
rent.
see their condition, how it has deteriorated by not having access to anything at all.
Because of the weight now, because of the weight. So, Miss Mohit, thanks so much in your busy schedule, and Trinidad and Tobago. I tell all you when Miss Mohit says something.
I will send something to you, Madam Minister, from our facility here, so you'll get an appreciation as to where we are, and of course, I remind you of this conversation as well.
Nice. So as I tell the people, and as you all see, we used to catch we tail 10 years for government. That's how the PNM didn't care. We can't even get an interview to ask these very important questions in which you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, vote people in there. They are working for you, and they cannot get we couldn't have get the opportunity to bring them to account to talk to you. And you see the difference? Why we always tell you between the PNM and the UNC, it's different. PNM and UNC is not the same. Look, you all see for yourself, new government, and look, we have the access and to get these ministers to account to you, talk to you. What's the difference? And they are different in many other ways. Any closing comment to the public that are listening, Ms. Mohit? We are live on social media, live on Gaia the Caribbean, and soon to be back live on radio. Go ahead, Ms. Mohit.
Well, firstly, thank you all for allowing me the opportunity on your station this morning. And I want to thank the public for their tremendous support thus far. It is not an easy road to walk. It's a difficult road to walk. I'll share that with you. It's a lot of time. This ministry is a huge one. And I want people to know that I'm here. They can reach out to me. They can reach out to my office. And I will assist once I can assist. All right? Within the parameters of which I'm working with. But what I want to say before I leave is we are committed to the people of this country. All right? So, guys, I have to run now. Thank you so much once again for having me.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, of course, for that. Andy, I think that was wonderful. But just as a proviso or as a interjection to make people know that it is not that we have not tried to get, of course, a PNM ministers on this program, but the fact of the matter is that they have either avoided, flatly refused, or went definitely silent. And that has been over the last 9 years prior, of course, to the 28th of April. So I want to make that very, very clear that it's not. We have no bias. We have no bias. What we want to do is to, of course, make sure that you have undistilled information directly to you so that you can make decisions, because at the end of the day, it is upon you the final decision rests in terms of whether you go forward or you remain in the situation that you have found yourself and not having a place to, of course, get any assistance. And this is what this is all about. So today I really would want to, of course, commend the Minister Mohit for, of course, her taking time off her busy schedule to, of course, take this interview and to share with the public very vital information, particularly dealing with the poor and downtrodden in this country.
Nice. That what we talking about.
Yes, indeed.
So, boys, so let me organize now, you all. The lines are open. Whoa, I have some voice notes to play.
Some voice notes to play?
Yeah. I have no choice. Oh, boy. I declare some of the voice notes because we will be stopping exact 10 o'clock.
Only bursting inside of here and people only jumping.
Yeah.
You know, it's George Street and close to Nelson Street.
Yeah.
So you know what happens? So people just jump in. But of course, we will back. I don't want anybody to get any heart attacks. So we may have to burst all to save them from further, of course, trauma.
Nice. Just so let me just play some voice notes. Yeah. Let me play them all there quick. See this voice note very, very long. That is why it is, and some always want to know why I think in.
Yeah, people, please, I mean, limit your voice notes, man. You can do it in 2 seconds, whatever it is, and then, of course, you could come again, that kind of thing, but to have one law, only just complain about me, far less for a voice note.
Oh boy, Lennox sitting there on the back, boy.
A blessed birthday to you, Mr. Andy and the panel there. Right, this is Taufik, aka Dexter Thomas, and they're talking. He's talking very pro-Israeli and anti Iran. When saying what he talking about Iran and the different what he don't understand is that all these groups like ISIS and all these things was really started by CIA of America with covert operation in order to further get an inroad into the Middle Eastern areas to capitalize on the wealth and the resources and to control the people's culture there. But Iran and them, they don't want war, they want peace. But you're not saying that it's the issues on them that who attacked first and they were the wicked agenda. The Iranians already passed the fatwa many years that they don't want no nuclear to build no weapon. The nuclear energy is for them to run the affairs in the country without having to depend on America. Remember, they are under sanction because they refuse to have a USA puppet government in their society. As a matter of fact, there's the people who of Iran, the students and the people of Iran who revolt against the US puppet government, the Shah, who was only, just like what Rowley was doing, pulling the resources of the people, giving it to USA and suffering the people, and only an elite was benefiting. So the people of Iran who revolt against the USA covert operation where they use methods to control societies and countries all over the world and feed off their resources, where the deception was using the so-called Israelis. And mind you, Mr. Andy, people say in Israel, these people are not original, because if I read in the very Christian Bible of Revelations 2:9, it speaks about them who claim to be Jews but are not, but there's a house of Satan. So these Israelis and them, they're not original. They are from Europe and want to be recognized as God's chosen people. But they're hell-bent on anybody who's not a Jew to wipe them out and to control the whole world under their so-called Zionist Jewish order.
Thank you very much. We got the drift caller, we got the drift texter. I just cut it short because it's a whole 4 minutes and something. But we get the GIF. You're anti-America, and Israel and all those things. And right, we get the drift. We just want to stay on the topics of Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time.
Pleasant good morning to the Ground Report and a pleasant good morning to Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to change the conversations this morning, change it a little bit. All right, I am just thinking about Mr. Amar, who I think is a beautiful person. You know, the little interaction that I had with him, he's really a nice person. But, you know, we all punish people and bash people. But everybody have a little bad and good side. Nobody is all bad, nobody is all good. We could forgive people. But one of the things I want to remind people, when everybody had lost hope, the Ground Report were there trying to keep things alive. And whose radio station was used for that? We have short memory. It's Mr. Amar's station. So if he make a mistake, he is not perfect. None of us is perfect. You know, but I just making a little reply. I just saying what I have to say. This is me. Nobody give me a message. You know, they should include him in something, man. Discard people for one little wrong that they might do when they do so many good. You know, he is a wonderful person, and, remember him. I might be singing wrong, biased once, but I think that he should be given a chance. This is just me, because I think that he is capable of a whole lot.
I'm playing voice notes. People are not taking no calls.
everybody take their chances at times. I mean to say we might find it such a wrong, but whatever. So just give it a thought. Okay? Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you, ma'am. And we always do give that a thought. Again, it's up to Mr. Amar. It's not we left the station. We was put out or run from the station by the influence of his wife. I say no more.
But as far as we are concerned, we have no animosity against Mr. Amar. We believe in cordiality, and of course, while teeth and tongue may well clash, because that is human nature. The fact of the matter is that if something is deserving, or put another way, if he is deserving of something, then of course we will be only too willing to, of course, support that and to probably encourage, rather than, of course, to suggest that there is some kind of enmity and therefore some kind of, let's say, animosity between us. I want to make that very, very, very clear. Go ahead, Andy.
No animosity at all. So it's simple. Yeah. If Mr. Mao could just reach out to us, I don't know. But
if you want help with whatever it is, and we can assist, certainly we will oblige.
Good morning. It is being said that the reason why the present Central Bank Governor Larry Hawaii has replaced Hillary is because of the Forex issue. But I also think it's because of the fact that Hillary had refused to allow the Auditor General, Ms. Ramdas, to come in and audit the books. I think it's because they didn't want her there to find out the mischief that was being done with taxpayers' money. And for this opposition, if they have to object to everything that the government is saying or doing, at least please try to sound sensible and logical, please.
Nice. And we can ask for anything for someone if they never ask us for what they want. So it's simple. If Mr. Amar needs an olive branch from the Ground Report, it's just to reach out, let us know what is the olive branch that he needs. So in that way, we can advocate based on what it is he wants. But we can't just go and say...
Well, I wouldn't use the term olive branch in this case, because olive branch suggests that there might have been, a gesture of peace. I think if he wants something, he could simply ask. There's no question of olive branch or anything like that, because as far as we are concerned, we left there with the highest degree of respect for Mr. Amar and what he has done for the program, the country in particular. And once he would have made a contribution, I mean, let's face it, pushback. He too faced the brunt of the police. Whether it's pushback 1, pushback 2, pushback 3, pushback 4, pushback 5, he used his resources in order. Of course, I remember very distinctly where pushback 5 occurred in the Shogunas area, Edinburgh 500 to be more specific. And he, of course, made all the arrangements. I was there very early, and he was physically there, putting, of course, the tents in place, and of course the PA systems, etc. And we can go on and on. He was there, of course, when we got tear gassed by the police under the auspices of the then administration. So therefore, as far as I am concerned, he has experienced what we have experienced, and it will be remiss of us to, of course, now that things have turned around 360 degrees, that of course we see it as an olive branch scenario, as opposed to a simple gesture of asking, and of course we will accommodate as far as possible.
Nice. No one better than you could have said it better. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You said it all there. All right, let's continue those voice notes. I need to play out those voice notes. Don't make it too long.
Listen, good morning. I'm Lennox and Mickie and everyone on the live. Well, my concern today is actually concerning the people of Laventille. It's about time that We do support them. They need us now. And we definitely need them with this local election coming up. So all the support that they could get should be focused on them to at least bring home the local election. And let me see if we could do whatever is necessary in order to achieve that. So Lennox and his in his constituency needs the support, needs the help, and I think who can help, meaning like the MPs and whoever else is on the wings that already being there, don't leave them behind. Just grab them and let's go and take this other one now, all right? Because the people of Lavender must understand that this is a chance again for them to come out of the hole. So let's get in and let's get out. All right. So blessings everyone.
Morning, Andy, Lennox, Mikey. Good morning to everybody. You know what I cannot understand? Everybody talking about Arnold Roberts and the accident as if Arnold caused the accident and Arnold hit somebody. Arnold was struck from another vehicle. He lucky to be alive today. Okay? When this policewoman killed the child in the priority bus route, I ain't no big hullabaloo. I ain't nothing. But now everybody jumping and saying about Arnold. Arnold didn't do anything wrong. Right? I'm really sorry for the guy who got killed in the accident. But Arnold didn't cause it? You all have a good day.
Morning, Ground Report family. This whole situation involving Arnold Roberts and this accident, the PNMites supporters gonna come out and say, as soon as the Honorable Kamala came in, she scrapped the demerit points, and they're gonna use this and say if it had the demerit points. Now, let it make sense. Could demerit points stop an accident? Just as they used to say, if Rowley could stop somebody from killing somebody. Look at it. They used to say, if a murder taking place in San Fernando and Rowley in Port of Spain, could he stop that? So could the demerit points stop that accident that happened there with Arnold Roberts? Think about that.
Good morning, Ground Report. Andy and Lennox, you see that talk how they coming right there? That the government supposed to step in? I don't agree with that, The damn government is not an ATM machine, right? It have no right putting their nose in other people's business.
Right, we bound to listen to that voice note there because at no point in time Lennox Smith or I said anything about any government stepping in any accident bacchanal. If you listen good, we stated that's supposed to be dealt as a normal accident. How government come in that? That is a normal accident, and everything had to go through the process however it go, and cars will have insurance, and insurance will have to pay for life and limbs, or however it go, and that is how it go. So at no point in time that we in any way is advocating that the government step in to do anything such as that. That is up to them. That is not we business. We can't call that shot. That has nothing to do with the government anyhow. Let me continue the voice note.
Yeah. And you're so right, my friend, and it needs to be, it cannot be overemphasized that it is unreasonable to even go there. But of course, if it happens, well then of course is an option. But certainly it is not an imperative. It is not an obligation. It is not any legal commitment, because there is no legal requirement for such a thing for such an intervention by the government. Go ahead.
All right. So we will say, so if somebody run into Kamala Prasad Bissessa and happen to lose their life, that she have to organize and pay from the government's purse to get involved and get the family something, or if it happened with Miss Mohit, where we now talk to, or Saddam, or Philip Alexander, or Raj Alexander, or it don't work so. So let's continue. Oh boy, let me
Yeah.
know itself, Goody.
It's ridiculous to even go there.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Andy, good morning to you and the crew. Andy, Auntie Kamala working. You see how much money get fire? The commissioner of police working. The minister of Homeland Security working. You understand? And there are a lot of people only saying when they will get this and when they will get that. The woman only did 2 months. At least for a year, I can share about a year before time because everything doesn't happen so one time. And this morning I wake up early and I was looking for you from 7 o'clock, but I see only start almost 8 o'clock. You know, but I know things just happen, you know. But Andy, you and the ground report, please.
Wait, we didn't start 8 o'clock. We start 6 o'clock on the dot today. Right? It came on our beloved Gael Trinidad and Tobago a little before 8 or so. But don't worry about that, man. Many times our beloved Gael, whether it be Gael Caribbean, Gael Trinidad and Tobago, just be on with us from 7 o'clock. So don't worry about that. So tomorrow, please go just look out for it from 7. And if it is you want before that, just look on to us on social media. So you all who waiting on the television, if you all want to be part of the program earlier than the television, that most times comes on from 7 o'clock, 7 a.m. Gael Trinidad and Tobago is coming from 7 a.m. on the ground report. You all could always get us on social media. We start on social media from 6 a.m. Yep. And you all can get us on Real Media. That's Real, R-E-A-L, Real Media, TT. Or on The Ground Report. All that is on YouTube. Or on The Ground Report, YouTube. Or Corridor Transformation, YouTube. Well, coming back soon will be workers' rights. They have an issue with they're going through with YouTube. And for those of you that have a Facebook account, you all can always get us on Real Media TT on Facebook. Yes, just what it is right here. Will you see it there? Oh boy. Real Media TT. Oh, on The Ground Report. Look at right here. The Ground Report. Real Media TT. You all can get us. Okay? For those of you that watching us on television and can't wait for the 7, you all can always get us on Real Media, The Ground Report and those things, and then you all could always switch your television back on our, I go say, our own, very own local Gael. Switch back on Gael, but don't forget to introduce many other people to Gael. Eh? Let them know if the what the ground report, lock on to the Gael. And let them know what is the numbers where they will get them lock on to 107, man. Some people say it's our next, it's some other numbers. So make sure all you do that for us, please. Let's continue the voice notes.
Good morning, Andy. Good morning, Lennox. Good morning, Mikey. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to everybody who's on the line. Andy, listen to this now. Only looking at the geopolitics and see what's going on. You see America under attack. You see California get hit, right? And Mexico help Iran. Right? The Bella bomb called Doomsday, right? Plus America under attack right now. All in the Middle East attacking America, right? In Qatar and other places in the Middle East. And they attack America directly home in America, right? All California and I think in Miami too, right? So I think
that we not being informed. Let me finish.
I think while we having problems in Trinidad and Tobago, trust me, right now it seems like the world is on fire, you know. Anyway, that's what I'm going. God bless.
Right. I want to think I'm not aware of California being attacked. Unless he's talking about something that happened last night late or this morning early. Lennox Smith, are you aware of America being attacked, California being attacked? Hey, Lennox Smith?
So that's why I immediately began, of course, searching. I wanted to find out. That caller usually is pretty accurate. So I don't want to say it's a false alarm or anything like that. But let me check and
The
see.
last thing I
So
know,
I'm
the last thing I
checking.
know is
By
that
the time we finish, I will get an idea as to what is happening.
yeah, the last thing I know is that it had a ceasefire. Trump calling a ceasefire, and that ceasefire was being thing after Iran launched about 2-3 missiles to Qatar. I think they shut down 2. One ended up getting in. The Qatar authorities didn't like that or if it go, and I think that at this point in time, the ceasefire is still going. I don't know anything about Iran hitting anyway in of American interests within the Middle East, or even reaching in to America based on through California or anything like that. I ain't really know nothing about that, but I know that people is following the geopolitics too will clearly air on that. If we miss that, that might be happening this morning here, or early this morning after 1, after 2, where we might be in pick up on that yet. So let's continue the voice notes.
I'm scanning, but I'm not seeing anything.
That would have been all over America.
California terror attack, but that was 1 month ago, so it can't be that. Right.
So that was saying, and then not only that, if it was that'd make CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, everything like we call Trump would have been what? Or they hit California, Iran would have been in trouble right now. Right now,
definitely. What? Definitely. And I concur what you're saying, that the United States expected the Iranians to retaliate for the bombing of their nuclear underground facilities. So they did that. They sent some missiles at Qatar, where they have the largest base in the Middle East. And Trump said, all right, okay, so you have retaliated, so everything is all right. But we should now pursue to ceasefire and, of course, diplomatic negotiations. But guess what? I think Israel then, of course, around that time, fired something at Iran, and then he was on his way, I think, to either Air Force One or the presidential helicopter. And he expressed his frustration by using obscenity.
Yeah, boy, I see that man.
He used the F word.
Yeah,
he used the F word in front of everybody. But of course, people, let me say this. While of course people may say that Rowley was aggressive and so on, if he would have used the F word in that way, let me tell you, that was supposed to be lock up one time.
But of course, the F word is not lock up.
In the United States, is not a criminal offense.
Yeah, it's not offense.
Clear. So he could afford to use that there, but he can't use it here because they saw where 1 or 2 artists came down here and were believing that the United States are in that jurisdiction and using F word on stage, and of course they were promptly locked up for using obscene language in public. So let's get it clear.
Nice. Look, George from Buck say, I watch Al Jazeera too, didn't see anything. Nice. So that's just a thing for now. We don't know nothing about that. It had 5-10 more minutes. Let me just finish all the voice notes. What didn't play today will play tomorrow. Please go on. I want to end when dial end.
Hi, good morning, Ground Report. Yes, good morning, Ground Report. Some people are saying UNC are hypocrites because of wanting to talk with Venezuela about oil. The Prime Minister, as opposition leader, said the Dragon deal dead. Yes, think about what that means. It means that when they get in power, the arrangements made by Young and Rowley dead. She will not go through with it. The country never knew the conditions of the deal. The government will be having discussions with Caribbean neighbors on oil. They have already begun. Venezuela is a neighbor. Her government will have their discussions with Venezuela, not what the last government did. Yes, the dragon deal dead. That's what it means. They will make their own deal with our neighbors. Lucifer will always do his work. God does his work with the honest people. Bless.
As by me, I as I feel in a kind of way how does people try to come around me for saying how I feel and talking about as a PNM and brother I not know PNM and all them kind of thing. I vote in a certain way from since I a certain age. I my late 20s now. You check so I see you know I'm saying is like I don't understand how it is nobody and see it from my point of view now. Boy. I don't know if it's because of not from where we from. There's Presgalan here. Mr. Smith know where we coming from and how desperate the situation does be sometime. You check? I just find that when the UNC went in, that it just should have some immediate impact one time on people now, boy. People get thing and just settle a little bit now, boy. You know, because out of desperation, a man went and read up the finger too, you know. So don't feel no way too. I just I feel like kind of how nobody in see it from my point of view. Like Mr. Smith could talk on my behalf or like but I would just call from on the beat you understand? And when I say 6 months, me I know how it is going on. It's 2 months now, but I could call you back in 6 months and show you by. You understand?
Nice. And I want you to keep sending your voice notes. Find your confident. Have dropping a young brother from Lavanti or wherever you're from, or wherever you go. I find your confidence dropped.
Yeah, that's it.
Just all Lennox. And remember, you have your opinion. You go ahead with your opinion. It have some people will hit your opinion. They may watch it however. Please don't study no one. Please don't study no one. Right? You then make a mistake and say 6 months now they in power. They know this only nearly 2 months now. And send your voice note. We understand, right? And as I say, you is not no PNM. You did voted for the UNC. And I see the drop and the disappointment with it go. It have some people will get that. So I don't want this to deter you from making a contribution. And however it's talk, boy, talk. Remember, you have more confidence in saying, hey, but dog boy, and this going on by dog, and think talk, say your dog. I don't mind that neither, right, partner? Come with your dog. Right? This is what's your contribution that he made. Just now, Lennox, just now. Let me let the people hear so they will try to hear him. Understand what he's saying, knowing that only see he.
No, but give him advice. I just said not with obscenity. That's all.
Yeah, just
avoid the obscenity.
Just avoid the obscenity, right, dog. So, dog, come express itself, dog. We understand what you're saying, dog. You talk, don't curse nothing, dog. Talk in any way that makes you feel comfortable. Say you will have a flow, dog, because that lost voicemail, dog, it didn't flow, dog, because you start to study with the people criticizing you based on your contribution, dog. So don't let nobody thief your thunder, dog. And if they didn't understand your dog, it have some who will understand what you're saying, dog. It have some wouldn't. Just like it have up, dog, it have down too. So let me play a dog voice note from yesterday that everybody come down on him and he said that nobody didn't understand what it is he's saying. So let's play a dog voice note there quick, there, boy, dog.
Look how long the UNC and them going in office, dog. Them supposed to know the reason plenty people come out and vote for them and give them as supporters because people was already on the edge. People was already teetering on the edge, dog. You understand what I'm saying? When it is all coming, all was supposed to make an impact one time with people, make sure people get sought out and thing, dog. All they coming and talking about money and painting and all kind of kicksy thing. We don't want to hear them thing, dog. And talking about where the money is and you gotta go and get it back from people. That was in the code, you know. The code is when everybody win. Do you understand? All they're supposed to know where the money is, dog. All they're supposed to don't be giving out little house grant, little food card, little thing for people. All they're supposed to be giving out work. Nothing all they do is going on 6 months now, all they in there, boy. You understand? Or they're trying to frustrate people, or people was already on the edge when they vote for them, boy. People don't have nothing there, why they vote for them out of desperation. And all they come in and all they make no impact one time, all they just have people hanging on by a thread, talking about school book and laptop and children light fun and all them kind of kicksy thing, dog. People don't really want to hear them thing, you know. People do want to hear about them thing, but them thing is luxury and we have money, go fix them thing, all that. Fix people, why?
Nice, that was the boy contribution. So dog, you see how you flow there, the boy dog boy? Nice, you can make a contribution, boy dog boy. Flow, I don't mind the dog. Right, but all I'm saying, dog, is things can't flow one time, boy dog boy. Understand? The meat, no money, boy dog boy. Boy, the PNM clean up the treasury, boy dog. When the government, new government reach here, dog, they said the fumes, boy dog boy. They call me the fumes too, dog. You know, long time when we gas tank done, boy dog. Mommy to finish the pot, we'll turn over the gas tank and still see she can get some fumes out there. So at least the pot can still cook a little more, boy dog boy. It's not nothing to turn down. The fuse gone, everything, boy dog boy. PNM gone with everything, boy dog. So what going on is the government had to come with a supplementary budget, by dog, by to have money, by dog, in order to make sure that they can implement some of the things you talking, by dog. Because what's when the government understand, dog, by that people wanting to impact them one time, by dog, by. But it's nasty past PNM government, dog. By dog, by fire burn them, by dog. They clean we out. So dog, just get them a 3 months or so, by dog, by already 4 months. Get that together, get that budget where they can work with. Because they can't give you nothing, by dog, unless they get that budget. Because besides not meeting, no money in the ministry, by dog. And them people pipe out, sprung out all we money, by dog. The them ministries owing millions of dollars, by dog, by. Yes, that will the PNM do the people, dog, by. But we sympathize with you, my brother. Whole little strain. Because the new government hands are tied until they can have money to be able to implement some of the things, by dog, that they want to do for us. So that's whole a strain, by dog, by. But don't stop calling the program and expressing yourself. And if it is you expressing yourself and you need to call me dog or to talk with your dog, because I the pit bull, you know, and I love dog. So I like when you're calling and you're saying dog, boy, because dog is a good thing. Dog is a man's best friend. Nice. It's 1 minute past the hour of 10 o'clock. We will play the rest of voice notes tomorrow, please God. Don't forget tonight, Corridor Transformation with yours truly, Lennox Smith, at 8 p.m. And let me say, you all could have choose anywhere else to lock on. But you all choose Guyal, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyal, the Caribbean. We want to thank all of you that are viewing us on Guyal. Thanks so much for choosing us here. For choosing the ground report on Guyal, Trinidad and Tobago, on Guyal, the Caribbean. Our very own. Let me say a pleasant good morning to Errol Fabian and his beautiful wife. A pleasant good morning to you all, management and staff of the Guyal. Good morning to each and every one of you. And we are grateful to be using this platform, the Guyal, to be able to spread the message to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And not no wrong messages. The platform of truth. For those of you that are looking to us on social media, Thanks so much. You all could have chosen any other forum to lock on to the Ground Report. But you all choose Real Media TT. On Facebook, Real Media TT. On YouTube, Corridor Transformation. The Ground Report on YouTube. Workers' Right platform will be back up and running sometime soon. Again, so thanks to each and every one of you for choosing this program. On behalf of the Ground Report team, I'm Andy Williams, better known as the Pitbull of Radio. And I must say, same time, same place tomorrow morning, please God, at from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We are out of here.
Somebody said there's a purple dog.
Where's that?
Anyhow,
somebody say what?
I said somebody said there's a purple dog. I know what I mean by that.
A purple dog?
A purple, yeah, the color purple, I suppose. I don't know.
Nah, dog. I want that dog for me, bad boy dog.
It's only a Trinidadian could be that. Somebody said, well, listen, I promise the people think that's why they vote the UNC, so I don't know. You really can't please all that, of course. People will use all kinds of excuses and to song important when in fact they are songing ridiculous. But that's how it is.
No, but
people, of course, see you tomorrow and of course see you tonight as well.
No, but the other day, if that's how he talks and that is how his language can flow, remember as we all say, the Ground Report have every host can organize and bring forth a message from a brother. You know,
if you go to training college, because when I entered teacher training college, what we were told is that everybody come to school with their own language, and once no matter whether you're using dialect or otherwise, once you could understand, which is the function of language, to communicate, and if you understand what the person who is uttering the statement, and once you can understand, that's it. That is, so you have done your work. So the young man, if that's the way he expresses himself, we cannot say, boy, don't do it that way. Probably there may be a right way. Standard English is considered to be a foreign language. But when we go to training college, most teachers will know that. And the dialect, as what he's speaking there, is what is considered to be our natural tongue.
Nice. So, partner, when so why this talk well broken to it, and people say, boy, what the hell the Pitbull doing on the radio? Look how we just talk. He's supposed to talk like Lennox Smith, Big Word Man, and Michael Kerr. And look how I just talk. By dog, by I just talk just like you, by dog, by. So, dog, we look forward in your contribution tomorrow morning, please, God, by dog. Let me know in what way.
Yes, indeed. I want to endorse that, yes.
Yeah. So, all the rest of dogs out there that, you know.
And I want to tell the dog, yes, he's right. I know that too, what you were saying, so I empathize. That is why I spoke to the minister in the way how I did. And in fact, based on what you said, I am going to, of course, engage her based on what we have been confronted with here at the center.
Nice. So tell the dog now, man. Talk like the dog, Lennox. Let me see. Because we go bite your tongue there. So send a message to the dog there. Hey, dog, bite. Yeah, let me talk.
I just sent it.
No, well,
and he understands.
No, talk like how I talk there. Let me see. You go bite off your tongue. Now we go with you. You go bite your tongue off. You can't talk small words. Talk small words every year in Lennox. Talk to the man.
No dog.
Wait.
No dog. Give me a break, please.
Oh, God. Wait. I'm just look at the dog.
You go ahead.
Morning, caller.
I would desist.
Yeah, morning to the Ground Report.
Yeah, man.
Good morning. Here this. I want to tell
I speak with them on a daily
when you
basis,
go in
and
Parliament
they talk to me in that way, and we understand each other. That is most important.
No, caller. I thought
he could call my name. He could say that Mr. Smith understand that. Why I think he say that? It's because we talking the same
language.
Purpose.
Yeah, but
the
why?
Same purpose.
All right, but
even though, of course, we will present it differently.
Yeah, but don't play no hoity thing here. Let me hear how we just talk ghetto.
You don't tell me when to do it and when not to do it. When they come to me, I will accept that. I will listen. I wouldn't even talk.
Lennox Smith, you can't talk ghetto. That was going on with you. If you start to talk ghetto, your tongue will fly out your mouth, blood will be spraying all over.
Yeah.
So why? Because why you telling me only? Why you telling me? Why you telling me you only let's talk that privately?
So why you think he's saying what he's saying there?
Man, dog boy.
I know when to talk ghetto when I got stood on the block in Beetham or in Pisgalans or in Belmont or right out here on George Street and Nelson Street. I know when to talk ghetto. Nobody could talk ghetto like me.
Nah, boy, dog boy, I find you supposed to talk the ghetto there for me. Let the people here so the rest of dogs and them that lock on Jen because they know they find a good program, dog boy. You understand? Because the youths always looking for a program where they can express itself now. Because in society here in Trinidad and Tobago, boy, right, dog? Just feel well. Because we talking so, we're not human, boy, and we not making sense, so we just keep on boy, dog boy. You understand, dog?
You doing a good job. You doing a good job. Why must I add when you're doing a good job? Come on, man. You're the specialist.
No, but I want to because I want to see boy dog boy. Because you're from Lavanti boy dog. All that big words spreads like you eat an encyclopedia boy dog boy. Some of them think me understand what you're saying boy dog. You ain't talking for me boy dog. So I want you to talk for me a little bit to understand my boy. Talk my language my boy dog boy. You can talk my language boy dog.
People of course we'll see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of the day. God bless. And come up the people, medium na man.
Oh Lord. The Ground Report with Mickie K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Bang, 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 bang.